Hello, hello, hi everybody. Welcome to a Monday stream. And we are nearing the end of our second playthrough of the Dead City of Metro Exodus. Let me turn this down a touch, maybe. And yeah, it's pretty exciting. This part, this part of the game terrifies me. Lincoln, I have hydrated, but I will show you that I will hydrate again. Cheers! Thank you for the hydrate. Redeem. How you doing, by the way? It was a good weekend, Lincoln, if you're still there. Oh. All right, let's get into this wonderful game. I didn't want to do that yet. I think I'm going to leave that off. Hang on. I wanted to see if I could... How do you pump this thing again? I forgot. Oh, I did it again. Gosh darn it. All right, let's do this again. We'll go over here this time. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Oh, okay. So now this part here, I think I avoided it actually. Was a little side. Oh, you know what? As well. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna. Well, you know what? I might as well grab one of those. There's these little bugs here, and oh boy, they damage you. So I was gonna get them. My son too is playing Apex with this game with my console, so it may be an issue later. Oh man. Yeah, this is it. This is that little area that I'm not sure if I actually went into last time. Is this terrifying or what? Right? Oh, this game, I tell you. I don't know if I could just use my laser. Yeah. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to change my my weapons. Didn't want to use the fire one. Right. Okay. Yeah, hang on. See what I mean? The little buggers. I just wanted to see how many of these I have here. I have 69 of them. Well, I could always craft them, so. I have something in front of me. Oh, a little bit of. I have someone trying to squirt at me. But the wire is... Oh, it must be on the other side of the wall. That's what it is. So... They're like vermin. They're everywhere. Looks weird, right? Looks a little stubby. Oh yeah, you could... I forgot you could farm these things. How terrifying is this game? Hey, Olivia. I missed that one. How's the weekend, Olivia? Not too bad. Terrifying, but not too bad. I think there was an upgrade that we picked up. That's what this was about. For our shotgun. Let's see what it was. Oh. But I lose complete stability with it. You know, I'll keep it here. All right. Like, it's awesome to have it, but like, look how much stability I lose. It'd be hard to shoot, but it does carry a lot. I have 20 rounds. 6 rounds should be enough. So we'll leave it at that. I have everything set to, like, you know, full power. Yeah. But this one here has been amazing. This weapon. Now here, there's a whole bunch of different things that I got to worry about. And oh, there's a lot of those little puffer guys out here. And maybe gas. I don't see any yet. Oh, I didn't want to do that. That's okay. We'll pump it up anyway. Oh, so terrifying, I'm telling you. These guys are actually okay, but it's the little puffer guys. The little leeches that... I really don't want to deal with. There's some. Now they're going to start coming. You just gotta... I get a kind of a glitchy, it's a little glitchy, the sound. Yeah, I don't know if you guys hear it. I'll have to say that this time around, the game has been a little bit more glitchy than usual. Look at them all. You know, I really shouldn't be using all my ammo. This thing. Let me, Oop. Let's see how this goes. There's so many, right? Like, oh my gosh. And the first time that I don't know why this does that. Okay, sorry guys. I was just I was playing somebody else's music. I didn't want to do that at all. Right? I'm not sure if this is one. Nope. They are very sneaky too. Like they let's see if I could turn this on. See if that does anything. Oh, there's some right there. I can't find that little squirt. I can't find the squirter. He sounds like it's right here somewhere. Look at that. Right there. It's a good thing he couldn't hit me. There's more. I hear it, but it can't hit me. Aha! Found ya. It didn't take much there to get him. I think their reign of terror is over. I know that there's something bad here coming, so. It's gonna quickly save this. Because I know that there's a bit of a I don't think I have a choice. I think I have to go and take care, do do it the way that they want me to do it, and that's this way. I see. There's a little cutscene. Oh. Did I die? Hello, kitty. Okay, that was terrifying. Let's see if I can somehow get out of this cesspool. What's shooting me here? This is kind of gross. Where is this guy? Like, they do a lot of damage, you know? I'm shooting at it. There we go, got it. See, I'm not too worried about sound, right? This game is terrifying me. You're gonna need it. Like every time, it's all slippery in here. Like it's all gooey. Like I keep sliding. Oops. See that guy fly up? Where's that squirter? Oh, I just died. Maybe not. I don't know where I... Oh, okay. Not too bad. The damage is real on these things, eh? I hate the squirters so much. Thank you. Just save this puppy here. I'll hydrate, Lincoln. Thank you, sir. Where is the guy? Oh my gosh, he's right there. Like, oh, little scoundrel. Those things are the worst. I'm gonna craft some more heals, I guess, while I can. A little more of those. Give me some weapons. I think I'm doing okay. Here we go. Charge it up a little bit. I know I'm being cautious, but this game is too much. Too much. You know what? I think this might have been the way forward, but I do want to check one thing. I don't even remember going into there. There had to be something here. Oh, see a table and everything. Okay. Nice. I hate that guy. Yeah, I'll throw my one bomb. It'll be fun. I don't remember being attacked like that. There's gonna be more. All right, let's save here before we get into this nightmare of a show. Change our filter because we got lots this time. I'm not gonna do good. That was a waste. Hang on. Oh, that was a waste too. I'm not sure if that was it, but I don't think so. See, now what's happening here is that the radiation's really, really climbing. Oh, I should have repaired my helmet. That's not good. Radiation's too high. Oh man. That's some weird stuff.
Artyom. Artyom. Come on, wake up.
See, he's getting pretty messed up now from the radiation. Starting to hallucinate. Get up, RTM. Get up. Come on, man. That's going to give him a little bit of life. That's the green stuff. Something that you learn about in the first DLC in the 2 kernels. Come on, RTM. Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, it's freaky. Oh man, Lincoln, you're not kidding me. This is weird.
See that metro entrance? Blast it! Use that sailboat. We don't want shrapnel here. You got it. Great. Gunner, metro entrance, 11 o'clock. Sabbath. Target acquired. Sabbath ready. Higher! Fuck! End of the road, people!
He's dying. How to make things spooky 101. Like this. Oh man.
Artyom, this is Kirill. Come in, Artyom. Over. Artyom, including the enemy. Colonel said he had the map. He's moving up to the inside. You have to hurry. He did contact me again, but Artyom.
Ooh, this is just so tense. Just burning through these filters. Aren't these guys are just terrifying. Oh, I hate these guys. I'll try to keep myself together, Anna. I will.
I feel bad here.
I hate those things. I'm stuck. I can't get out of here. I'm stuck here. Maybe if I... It's a little bit wonky. Something went wrong. I'm trying to... Am I missing something? Because I can't see... Oh. Wow. This is weird. I'll tell you right now. I got stuck on this thing here. So where would the lock be? We're here. Maybe I could get the lock here. I'm trying to get out of this, but I can't. I think I'll have to just reload it. I have to. I have to. I got stuck there. Oh, I got to go through all those monster guys again. The stress is overwhelming. I thought to myself, oh, this is going to be easy because, you know, not easy, but... Okay, maybe I'll heal once.
Is that you, Monty?
Here, maybe. Oh, man. Just burning through filters here. Hey, Fury, how you doing? I'm terrifying myself. That's what I'm doing. The spookiest thing I've ever done here. How's the weekend, Fury? How you doing?
Everything's going to be all right.
Oh, this game is awesome. This is my second time through, Fury. I'm gonna play it again too because I found out that there is stupid. Not the second time around because I missed so much the first time because I ran through the game really because I was terrified. So this time what I did was, yeah, I know it's hard already. But I also threw the can at myself. So they don't see those things. So you don't kill them, I guess. But the game is
Can't take it anymore.
terrifying. Oh yeah. That's why I like the game. Is really really good. Fury. It's a really good game. It's not quite like a typical FPS shooter kind of game, but the story, the what you got to do, like you have to do so many different things. And this is the end game right here. The last part of the game actually is a little bit linear, but it's still intense. It's still really intense, you know. See, those apes can't see, right? They're really running after me this time. I think I jumped the gun a little bit. Oh, that was craziness. Ooh. The last time I did it, it just took me forever. I'll hydrate. Thanks, Lincoln. I'm gonna need a little break. I was hoping that I threw a can there because I was hoping that they would sort of go to the can, but I think they could smell you too, right? I was just too close, and then they were going all over the place. That was the most aggressive I've ever seen them. Plus, they already killed me once too, the little buggers, right?
You didn't find it, my love. It's all right. I knew you tried. I'm waiting for you.
Now check out the gun, eh, Fury? It's awesome. This gun is awesome. It's like a super strong pellet gun. I could also shoot like fire pellets too. It's quite a game. I didn't think I was going to enjoy it as much as I did actually.
You are here. So nice. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the visuals are amazing, amazing, and it hasn't been too glitchy. Like a few things here and there. You know, everything glitches out, I guess, every once in a while. All right, this is the end game, guys. You guys ready? There's going to be a lot of story. That's if I survive it. I'm just going to save here because I don't want to go back to that. that room with the gorillas. Here we go. Let's go save Anna. Well, I'm playing it on the Xbox One, Fury. You could always, you know, I think it's optimized for all sorts of things. But yeah, I guess if you want to play it on your PC, it'll chew your, it will definitely chew your game, your PC if you put it on ultra settings and all that. Oh, there's the guy. Yeah, yeah. Get out of there! Ah! I don't like you, even though I kind of like gorillas, but you know what I mean. Ah! Get lost. You can't see me. What are you doing? Ah! It's for Anna. Yeah, it took me like 3 times because I kept on not pushing X. I was too stunned. Yes. Yes. Oh. Oh, I got an achievement? Oh, without killing a blind one. I killed a blind one the first time, like the first one. The very first one, because I thought it was a battle. Like, I thought it was like a boss fight, you know? This end part, I think it's just wonderful. I love the story of this. I'm gonna get the books, I think. Read them. They gotta be good. They gotta be good.
Stay with me. Hold on. Son. Just a minute. You'll get better now. You found it, you did.
See, he gave me the green stuff, because he had one for himself as well.
Now. Don't even think about it. What would I tell her then, huh?
Sad.
No sleeping, soldier. No sleeping now. I did find you after all. Don't know how. Stay with me, Artyom.
Thanks, Fury. I'll check my posture. Yeah, there's a... Hey, Abby, thank you. How you doing, man?
Wake up, please.
Yeah, there's boss fights, Fury. Hi, Raider. How you doing? We're just
You're
finishing
alive,
off Metro here.
Alive. I thought I was all alone again.
Kirill was driving there.
Get up, quick! He's asleep. Better leave them be when they get like this.
That's Miller.
It's just a straight drive from now on. He tried to teach me to drive, but... he just went out like this.
That's cool, Yabby. You have a good sleep, man. Thank you for the raid, and have a good one, man. Thank you.
Can you drive?
We got Fury in the house, guys. Fury.
Again. He found the map! Said that was a true hero, and that he saved us all. He shot them all. Bam! Right between the eyes. Then we got to the river. There were these worms and deep water, so he carried me on the shoulders.
That's because the Colonel is awesome. Can I look at my map? No, there's no map. That last mission, it was well written.
I'd never get
Pretty
off
cool.
life alone. I'm so grateful to him. To you both. Wow. So many cars.
Don't worry, Karel, you'll be with us.
It's the moon. So beautiful.
The story of the DLC, the two colonels, they it focuses with Karel, because it's his father that had the map, and the story of how the Colonel got the map is what the DLC is about. And it kind of goes back and forth in time.
And carriages too. Everything's blocked.
Come on, Artyom, you can do it.
Wake up. Please, don't fall asleep.
I'll try not to, my friend. Oh my god. That was it. The last mission is just so terrifying. Whoa. I'll turn the music down here, because it'll take away from the intensity. I don't think the Colonel will sleep it.
The sound? Get up! It's very close now! Can you hear that?
The Aurora. And they got the plow.
Wow!
Cool, right? Great music. Superhero ending. Oh yeah. Thanks, Fury. The second time around was way better in this game because they have 3 areas that are like open world, and I didn't explore any of it the first time around. But this time, I did. I really thoroughly played the game, you know. I feel good about it. I did miss a few things.
Be careful. I don't get how he's even alive. Artyom, can you hear
Careful,
me?
everyone. He got irradiated badly. And I couldn't even get a reading on the colonel's body. The counter goes off the scale.
Hold
Oh.
on, Artyom. We'll fix you just fine.
How did this happen?
I was thinking of I was gonna play some story games.
An emergency
Next,
transfusion. We must give him as much blood as we can.
Transfusion it is then.
You know, I was thinking of playing this again, but I don't know. I think I may have had enough of it for
As
now.
long as there's blood.
But
What's his blood type?
I was thinking of some indie games, and
Everyone here.
one game that I was kind of looking for. I think it was called Firewatch, which has some type of twist ending, but it's like a story type of game.
Hello there, Artyom. How about we take a walk? Staying underground grew old.
I'm not sure what else actually, Fiona. I've been searching for games to play, you know, but
That's it, Stepan.
I just don't
You
know.
can't give more.
like I've played the DLCs, and like I think I played these DLCs properly, so I don't really feel a need to do it again.
Don't you dare. You've got the whole
I just
life
had a
ahead
need
of
to
you.
play this
And
again,
kids.
you know,
So
because
fight
of
for it.
what I missed after watching the guides and stuff like that.
Why did you stop? Didn't you always want to go outside? Didn't you open that airlock at the Botanical Gardens? This place is much better.
I was also thinking maybe No Man's Sky, you know, because I kind of like that kind of stuff, you know.
Not even close. It's not your station. It's just a dead end. Not your goal. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
it's good now.
Give
Yeah,
me your hand.
there's a lot to do. It's like a forever game.
Well, I hope this old man's blood will do something about that hot head of yours, eh?
Come on, let's go.
Oh, you did? Yeah, wow.
Okay, my
A
friend.
real kind of stripped down. The game, did you get all the updates and stuff now? Because there's a lot of stuff now.
With this, you'll be up in no time. Or I'll eat my own shoes, huh? Yeah.
Hear me, Artyom. You've got a wife you need to work on making kids with.
Oh,
And my
right, right.
fiance is still in Moscow. We still have to stir some shit up back in the metro, so don't you fucking dare die here.
Look, Artyom, Lake Baikal makes you believe real life is possible. Not the petty rat race we had back in the metro. I just
Yeah,
have to say,
that may be next for me, but I might do
You were
Firewatch
right,
first.
right for wanting to get us
I just
out.
want to get involved with that story. I heard it's really, really, really good,
And I, the old fool,
and I like stories and
I
things
was
like that.
simply
You know,
afraid of life as I see now.
there's actually 2 that I'm interested in, but I'm not sure.
Look, he's smiling. Smiling in his sleep. He even seems to say something.
It's his fever talking. He's burning up.
This world is worth giving everything up for, Artyom. You were always ready, and I was too attached to my position in the rat race. I'm sorry. Sorry for what happened to Anna. Sorry for blaming you. Had I not pumped everyone up about the occupying forces, she'd never have fallen there.
Artyom, I beg you, don't die. Stay with me, please. I don't want a life if you're not a part of it. Can you hear me? Look at me, Artyom. Look at me, please.
Sad.
Yes, about Anna. You will have to look out for her, now that I can't anymore. I don't care if you go to that ocean. Just stay with her.
I'm keeping her out. She can barely stand herself, but she's ready to give all her blood to him. At least the medicine helped. It's a miracle.
I have a daughter, but I also wanted a son. A really stubborn one, just like me. Like you. I really like this place. It's so clean. I'd like to stay here forever. Could you arrange that for me? And the most important thing, my time's up, Artyom. It's your turn now. Step up, lead them. Just remember that I created the Order to save people. All people, Artyom. Don't forget that. Because I somehow did. Goodbye, Commander. Time to wake up. Come on. Rise and shine, son.
The fever is subsiding. I think he's getting better. Now he needs some rest. You too, Anna. We've got hope now.
I feel so comfortable being in the train. It was always kind of like a safe sanctuary, right?
We found the place I saw in my dream. That hill on the shores of Baikal where Miller took me. A clean place, just like he said. Everything around is clean. We found ourselves a home. A home at the foot of a hill, overlooking a lake. A home where we could raise our children, who will be born not in the damp and dark tunnels, but under blue sky and bright sun.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the ranking officer, I propose a motion to entrust the duty of commanding the Order to Artyom. Unanimously approved. So,
Sure, no
what would
problem,
your
Fury.
orders
Thanks,
be,
man.
sir?
I would say we all go home. But this home seems too large for just us. You know, the Colonel once told me, he created the Order to save people. All of them. I say it's time we perform this duty.
Cool. Right? Isn't that wonderful? You know? I just think it's amazing. Amazing game. Excuse me. Isn't that amazing? Now, what I want to do, I guess, for the last little bit, so I'm not going to play any game, but there is a wonderful video about Metro Exodus, like 3 years later. Like, I don't agree completely with this gentleman. His name is Ray Servik, and or Sevic, Ray Sevic, and he put together this wonderful documentary, actually, on how this game was created. And I kind of want to share it with you because it shows why this game is kind of special. It even though it did have pressure from, moneybags people, they still put things in this game just for the sake of them being cool, or that it would add context. It wasn't just, well, let's see if how we can get, let's say, the end user or whatever to spend more money. I guess. Right. Like, it was really a craft put together. But just to give you an idea of what development is like for a game, and how in this particular case the studio stuck to his own guns, as much as, like FPS players, for instance, if I could generalize, have, like, they need constant action, right? But this isn't really like an FPS game. Like, it's a first person perspective game, and there are FPS, clearly there's FPS factors to it, right? Like, it's part of that game, but there's also strategy, survival, and stealth. And there's also a strong story, right? So if you look at it strictly as a first-person shooter game, it's I don't think that genre of people really want it. Like, if you're like like a strictly like an Apex type of player, or Call of Duty player, or Valorant or whatever, yeah, you're gonna have the skill set to rock this game. It's not about difficulty and all that kind of stuff, but the pace of the game isn't the same. It's a lot different. And I'm not going to say it's slower, it's just deeper. I can't even say that, because I know a lot of the FPS shooter type of games, they have great stories as well, right? So it's just a generalization of what I think anyway. So, hey Druid, how you doing? How's the weekend? I just finished my second playthrough of Metro Exodus, and I feel great about it. So let's move on to the development of this game, and then we're gonna say goodbye for a little while. I was thinking of playing it again a third time, but hey, how come? Yeah, okay. I was thinking about playing it a third time, but I don't really want to. Like, I want to move on to some of the newer games, not newer games, but some of the games that I wanted to play over the years that have intrigued me, and I haven't. And so, being that I'm streaming now, I have a little bit of motivation to do it. And I'm not sure if they're really types of streaming games, but I need to play games that I find inspirational and things that I enjoy, as opposed to playing things that are, popular. I was thinking the other day, if you stream what you like, it may not be like a popular thing. And I know when you're thinking about, when I think about mass appeal, it's the usual, like the Dark Souls, anything big, right? What else is big? Call of Duty's big, Apex is big, Valorant's big. All those types of games, they're huge. But what I see is that there's no diversity. Like, when I'm trying to look at the games, yeah, the games are all there, right? They're all kind of there's always categories for everything, but no one's playing a lot of the games. But there's always huge people playing the, you know, the Call of Duties types of games, and you kind of lose variety a little bit. And I think that I'll just get a depression. I'll just get depressed if I have to play those kind of games all the time. And I really, you know, ever since Modern Warfare 2, I haven't been able to capture the magic of those types of first-person shooter games. The only one that's really attracted me that I wanted to kind of try was Apex, because I think it's a really fun, cool type of game. But I just never wanted to really put the time into it, really. And also, I think it's my age too that you know, like these fast-paced type of shooter games and shooter looters and all that kind of stuff. I love watching them. Don't get me wrong. I am not putting these games down. They're fantastic. But for me, myself, you know, I really don't feel any joy in it. But moving away from like the AAA stuff, and going, and if you look into like independent studios, they make AA or A games or whatever they are. That's, I think, for now, is where like kind of weird, creative games are born, right? And that's where I am looking. And I am still in the search for a video game that I want to really, really play and have something that I have a passion for. I have to wait at least another, you know, 6 or 7 weeks for Elden Ring to come out, because I will be playing that. But in the meantime, I'm trying to find something that I could always play on the side that I like. And it's possible that the only one that keeps on standing out to me is No Man's Sky. I'm not sure if I'm going to like it. And, you know, paying $60 for something that I'm not sure about, I don't know if I want to make that step. There are a couple of other like story-based type of games that are available that are a little bit cheaper. And I may try those for a little while just to sort of give myself time to think of what to play next before Elden Ring, I guess. So anyway, I'll stop talking. Now, I know that this is a little unusual. Hang on, let me just fix up a few things here. There we go. Now, you have me here? Yeah, you have me here. Okay. So let me turn on the music. Now, I have here almost like a documentary type of thing. And he put this gentleman here. He has a channel. He has like 500,000 subscribers. He's pretty big, and his name is Ray Sevick. And he put together almost a documentary on the development of Metro. And I do want to, let's say, promote this or propagate it, you know, make it bigger, or, you know, give it some more exposure, even though this gentleman doesn't need any help from me. I just feel the need to kind of give you a little bit of background and where the Metro Exodus series came from. And giving it context like that, it made me even more passionate about the game, because it wasn't just something like, when a AAA studio puts it together, they've had assets and they threw it together, and then they were thinking, okay, we have to do that. And it was pretty standard, right? Like, I don't want to keep on beating the same drum as to why they make things and why they keep on regurgitating the same stuff over and over again. This is also a regurgitation of a lot of games and engines and textures and levels that they had from other game development cycles that they eventually put together and put Metro Exodus together. Right now, I don't know what the future of Metro Exodus will be, because I know that I'm sure that they're developing another one. At least that's what the rumors that I've read, that they are developing a part 4, Part 5. I think it's Part 4, Metro Exodus Part 4, or the fourth installment of this series. And the rumor has it that they're working with a particular studio to get like multiplayer in the game. And for me, that it like I am all for it. I'm all for the like a version or something with multiplayer. I'm not sure how that's going to work, but when I think about multiplayer, now you're going to have to add like ranking. They have to add like, you know, RP. Got to add. You're going to have to add coins of some type or score, or some type of currency. Like that will kind of change the entire game, because if you have to add that kind of thing, that means now you have to go to a store, or you have to accumulate so much RP to get weapons. Like it's gonna just, how do you say it? It's gonna mush into everybody else's FPSs, and I don't think it's gonna win when it comes to that kind of thing. Where Metro Exodus presently, it doesn't have any of that. It doesn't have RP. It doesn't have a store. Like everything that you need, you have to find it out in the world, and then utilize it, right? Sure, the game itself, in the story, you get like a backpack from one of the NPCs, you get a couple of weapons from the NPCs, and you get some upgrades from the NPCs as well. But that's it. Everything else you have to find, right? Toy Soldier, yo, how's the weekend, man? Right? How's the weekend? I was just gabbing about Metro Exodus. I just finished my second playthrough, and I think I'm going to say goodbye to it for now. And we got Fury in the house, Soldier. Oh yeah. So this is quite lengthy, so we're going to be here for a while. I want to actually watch it, because I sort of glimpsed at it, and I figured, well, I'll watch it with you guys. It's not a big deal. So again, this is from Ray Sevek. It's actually a documentary on the development of Metro Exodus, right? So here we go. You guys give it a try. I skipped the first part because the first part's actually rather political. I don't know. I think it was kind of like, I think he added this in there because that's, I guess, whatever happened. I mean, you guys could watch that after, but I don't want to broadcast it. The first part of this documentary, it's a little bit, it's about politics and what happened, I guess, in Russia or wherever, like in that part of the world. I'm not sure of all the different countries there. And I guess those particular occurrences influenced the making of the books, right? So I'll skip it, and again, if you guys are into that, watch it. I just want to focus on the development of Metro Exodus. So here we go. Let's watch it. It'll be fun.
It's in this regard, then, the story of 4A Games isn't special.
Ray Sevek. He actually does a really good job. But he's got this really mixed up high. No, that one's an interesting as well, Soldier. I know about Stalker too, yeah. I've been like going through games like crazy trying to find something to play.
The veteran gaming developer behind Metro 2033 and Last Light already faced many challenges over the years
Stalker's a really
developing
good game.
AAA game in Kiev. Tiny office spaces, sneaking dev kits over the border, and lacking electricity, just to name a few. This led to 4A Games forging plans for a new studio in Malta, but their next commercial project, Metro Redux, was developed during Kiev's protests. According to the now defunct Eastern European blog Redbuzz, every single developer in Kiev has some kind of escape plan in case things go badly. Though, as tempting as it is to draw parallels with Metro Exodus, they don't actually exist. Employees might have feared for their safety at points, but as mentioned, Kiev as a war zone didn't continue. What did were the company's financial challenges. Securing the business partners needed to build games like Metro was difficult as is, let alone when your home is at war. At one point, 4A Games even had Microsoft executives visit the studio. It was a swell discussion about games and potential plans for the future, when all the phones belonging to those executives buzzed with the same text message. Leave the country now.
Oh man.
Malta then wasn't
Can you
for
imagine?
a safe haven, not in the literal sense at least.
Ooh, Malta.
With a roughly even split of employees between the two homes, some even transferring between them during development. What does make 4A Games special is that they came away from their horrible predicament bigger,
Yeah,
stronger,
Metrovania
and
is
more stable.
an amazing game as well.
Though maybe stable's the wrong word. As one thing 4A Games never lacked under any circumstance was ambition. In the original design document for Metro 2033, 4A were targeting a 20-hour, highly replayable shooter with a full day-night cycle, survival and RPG elements, and a non-linear structure through the Metro tunnels. Needless to say, that's not what was released. Neither was its sequel. So, just like how Mass Effect Andromeda repurposed ideas from the original design document, so too did 4A Games in the making of M3tro. Last Light's first DLC already had non-linear gameplay, so expanding this into a full product was logical. There's even many benefits one can envision of making an open world within a tunnel network. Reused assets would be appropriate, invisible walls would only exist on the surface, and it'd limit the angles a player could approach various missions and objectives.
Yeah,
one of the biggest challenges in building and balancing an open world
the invisible
game.
walls are a little bit annoying.
However, this version of what would become Metro Exodus has such little information about it because it didn't get very far in development. Not because it wouldn't work, but because the developers didn't care to find out if it did. As logical of an extension this game might have been,
Like, so much
4A
thought
don't
into this
build
game, you
games
know?
on logic. Their passion for the Metro tunnels had eroded over 5 years in 2 games with a set of expansions. They were desperate for something new.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
New is perhaps why they go on to make Arctica 1 for Oculus simultaneously. They were even developing prototypes for a standalone multiplayer game, dropping players into a map the scale of Metro Exodus's open worlds, where you needed to scavenge supplies for crafting or upgrading structures into bases. Rust framework with Hunt Showdown's atmosphere, but years prior to both. It was such a fleshed out prototype it even had fishing mechanics implemented and parts of the environment you could set on fire. While prototypes like this would ultimately be shelved, the idea of exploring the surface of Metro's world became the premise for this reboot of Metro 3. It made even more sense than their previous attempts from a design standpoint, as many in the company were veterans of GSC Game World's Stalker, the ambitious open-world survival sandbox shooter.
Hey,
with
we
a
were
full
just talking
day-night
about
cycle,
Stalker.
survival and RPG elements, and a non-linear structure that became a cult classic brand, and continues to grow with brilliant mods like Stalker Anomaly. But many of the mods that have been released for Stalker over the years are just restoring GSC's original goals scrapped after 7 years of development hell, and an American kicking them across the finish line. The fact it's taken over 10 years to make Stalker what it was supposed to be is indicative of its ambition. So when 4A Games thought making an open intercontinental Metro wouldn't be a struggle because of the team's experience with Stalker, that was boastful at best. "4A's creative director had just returned from a 3-day trip in Germany, and not on holiday. The time was spent negotiating their publisher, Deep Silver, personally, who gave him the hefty task of informing everyone that Deep Silver hates the game, and are threatening to cancel outright in 5 months if things didn't improve. Why? Homefront: The Revolution was also
a 20-hour open-world sandbox shooter featuring crafting and survival elements with a non-linear structure.
funded by Deep Silver, over multiple reboots in 5 years of development, only to receive a tsunami of criticism and a lily pond of sales. Metro Exodus, sharing not just mechanics but delays and development struggles, were setting off alarm bells back home, and Deep Silver weren't going to wait for a repeat. While 4A Games had a goal, how to realize it wasn't nailed down, and by 2016, Exodus was no longer the game they started working on. Earlier in 2015, the open worlds, crafting, locations, and Aurora all existed, but their scale was less Metro and more, coincidentally,
See, they had
Mass Effect.
they had assets,
Miller
but they
wasn't
were
the
really
Aurora's commander.
not together. Yeah,
Artyom was.
they weren't together.
And the open levels were about scavenging resources, not for a dozen crew members, but 100 of them in over a dozen trained cars. The philosophy was taking the equivalent of a station from Metro with you, and using it to reflect the decisions you make over the course of the game. It made Exodus far grander in scale and spectacle, but there were two major faults. One, the engine struggled to host a dozen train cars, 100 NPCs, and large open worlds simultaneously, even when the whole game was made of reused assets for placeholders. More on that later. 2. Dmitry Glukovsky, Metro's creator, advised 4A that, "I can't write 100 interesting characters.
That's the
10 to
author of the
12
books.
is more realistic." So 4A Games revised Exodus again, retaining the high-level goals of the Aurora and open-world gameplay, though it was still very different. Levels like Volga and Yamantau existed, but only in name. The latter wasn't the Cannibal Conquer D6 replica that appears in the final game, but a series of corridors and staircases before reaching the top of the base, reminding me of Metal Gear Solid's worst level. Taiga, referred internally and by characters as the Valley, had the same scale and freedom of Volga and Caspian. Core gameplay mechanics included shield enemies, zombie hordes, and Anna being a genuine companion following your orders akin to Metal Gear Solid 5's Quiet. But all of these, and so much more, just weren't coming together. It was neither a Metro game nor a unique title that could stand on its own. So after 2 years, 1 reboot, and 2 revisions, 70% of everything built for Metro Exodus was scrapped. And the game we'd recognize as players would begin in 2016.
I don't get why
Most
modders could
studios were
fix the
given their
games and
primary
then
tasks,
the studios
and
can't
Malta's goal was to
or
make
don't.
the first open level, Volga, the standout. And it shows in how it was made.
Like the first
There's
time,
no
the first
blueprint for
time
game
that I
development.
realized
The common
modders were
process
amazing
is
is when the
grayboxing,
Dark Souls came
laying
out.
your level with
Like,
basic
you know,
geometry to test gameplay
the very
before
first
handing it to an
port
art team,
to
and
PC, and then
greenlight all of
the
their work
modder,
if the level is dropped.
he made like,
4A
was it
never
MS
do
Fix
this
or
when
DS
building
Fix or
levels.
something like that?
Early
He did it
builds
in
of
2
Volga
days.
had identical train tracks,
And he fixed
hills,
it.
crevices, and even
You know?
landmarks, such as the church and airport.
Yeah, they do all the
In
time.
gameplay, these levels were empty, and many of the smaller structures for that gameplay didn't exist yet. But that's not the point. The point is to give designers atmosphere before they fill it with content. The philosophy being, if I can't feel atmosphere, it's useless.
See, it's different,
Meaning
right?
That 70% of content removed was textured, modeled, and lit, explaining its 2 years of development. The closest thing 4A has to a gray box is a white board. That's what designers use to structure
So
all
they
of
do it
its
a little
levels,
different here.
including Volga. Yet still,
But they
if
gave
a developer
the
came up with
they gave the
something on fly,
developers
they'd
the
put it in,
vibe, you know,
right
and how
there
to
on the
play
spot.
it. You know, like they
Sometimes you'd
they didn't
open
just give them
builds and
like,
find
you know,
entirely new
no
gameplay
textures.
mechanics or
They gave them
sequences that
like,
didn't exist the day
this is
prior,
what we want.
all
You
on
know,
the
this is the
whim of a
vibes
small
that we
squad of
want, and then they
developers for
grew
even
that.
just a
I think
lone
that's
member.
amazing, smart.
The metal detector is an example. No one asked the team to make this. One of them just did because they thought it'd be cool. It's a similar story
See?
with zip lines.
And I love the metal
Prof
detector.
was adamant that players should be able to aim and fire their weapons on the zip line, and the team spent 6 months implementing this mechanic, even though there's not a single sequence in the game requiring it. Prof just thought it was cool. Like kids playing in the same sandbox was my favorite metaphor a developer gave. And their most heartwarming sentiment was Prof's enthusiasm, that the 50-year-old artist is like an 18-year-old the instant he starts talking about games, and that passion is shared. 4A is remarkably small at just under 150 employees, encouraging everybody to do a little bit of everything.
That weapon is amazing.
For every 4A employee, there were 4 or 5 Ubisoft members.
For now.
You didn't have a level artist or a lighting artist or a distinction between level and game designer. You didn't bow down to a leader's assistant. You went to the leader's desk and they told you to tell them to eat it if they were being stupid. The company's flat structure allowed everybody to populate Volga. Artists built environments, designers set up encounters, and sometimes people would come together and merge their work into one with no oversight. Games like Watch Dogs have 8 or 9 producers. Metro Exodus? 3. None of whom meddled with anybody's work. And work is the operative word. There's no automation, procedural generation, or templates repeated throughout Volga. And
which
all
I
of Metro
appreciated.
Exodus. Despite the tiny team, every object, every quest, every grass texture was
Like that was one thing when I played Destiny to kind of get back into the FPS kind of world, and they just I did so many missions in the same level over and over again. And Metro Exodus, it doesn't repeat itself. Every area is every area has its own thing, and of course there's mechanics and things that it's a game. However, you're always in a different location, you're always in a different house, you're always in a different you always it was always a little different. And I hate when you go through the same level over and over again and it's supposed to be like a different mission. That's irritating.
was placed by hand. One QA tester would
Yeah,
explore
yeah,
maps
it was a
taking
grind.
screenshots of
It was a
misplaced
grind,
grass
and it was
textures
just
so the
repetitive,
designers can
you know.
drag it down to the floor. The word outpost was never uttered. Enemy encounters didn't fill a quota. They were areas built by a designer who thought the location was best used for combat. The poker house in Volga came about when an employee wanted to pay tribute to Inglorious Bastards. And remember, this was foray after planning. Earlier versions of the game were built with an even flatter structure, which is almost hard to comprehend. But the passion is hard not to smile at, and it was steeped into the game. When Deep Silver came back to see Volga after it had been populated, they were much, much happier. It was obvious to them that Exodus wouldn't be a repeat of the Revolution, setting a release date for fall 2018, giving 4A 2.5 years of development, roughly the
Not
same
sure,
amount as Metro
Raider.
Last Light.
Maybe tomorrow,
Might have been
but I might do
possible
a
were
story
Exodus
game
not
first.
packing more content into one game than both their predecessors combined.
I'm just interested. It's called
Volga was
Firewatch.
already the studio's
It's
greatest
older, but
undertaking,
I don't
with
know it,
Caspian and
and
Valley being
people just keep
even
on raving
larger,
about the game
each featuring
online,
unique gameplay, such
and I
as
like
the
that kind of
former
game,
using its
so
cars and mobile safety
I might
house
give that a
beds
whirl
and
first.
workbench, and the latter emphasizing a horror atmosphere. There was also the matter of its linear levels, including the opening.
Yeah, the Tiago was like
Deep Silver
real
called a meeting
intense.
over their concerns for it specifically. You didn't start in the tunnels, you never sneaked around a warehouse, and while RTM did get shot, he had to crawl through this entire section. There was a huge argument internally for keeping this, as the original introduction was all about a long build-up to uncovering the jamming station conspiracy, but it was mercifully decided that forcing players to crawl for minutes would do the opposite of intrigue. There was an alternative variant beginning with Artyom and Anna on the surface, so the tunnels were prototyped in Malta, Artyom's wound was repurposed and connected to the train chase, and the warehouse was added, alongside its explosions at the request of 4A CEO Dean Sharp, for the stage was considered boring. But this hints at 4A's main dichotomy. Their meticulous craftsmanship was immensely time-consuming, yet they kept adding more. Intelligent shortcuts were made. Yamantau isn't similar to D6, it is D6, with a total makeover by the art team. But then even this level's an example of 4A's detail eating into their schedule. Because the elevators follow a spiral rail line,
Yeah,
it requires a designer
Remnant
to
is really,
manually
really
script
good
and
game.
animate the
I got
entire
addicted to watching
sequence.
Lincoln
At
play
one point, the limited amount of karma points and levels
play
made
it.
getting the game's good ending
If
next
he's
to
on, I always have
impossible
it in the
for anybody
background because
playing it
that's
as
quite
should
an
be.
amazing game.
So hostages in the farmhouse and tower were added specifically to give more players a better chance of building enough points to clear Volga with positive karma. But again, the company's initial lack of direction has led to even more content being made. It's why they reused assets wherever possible. The tower was ripped from one of the company's earliest prototypes, but what you don't see is all the content that was assembled and cleaved. The bear fight was reworked so many times, its development
Just one of the
became a
boss fights,
total
Fury.
blur. Despite the planning after nearly getting canned,
I counted
4A Games
3 big
just
boss
couldn't help
fights.
themselves, continuously overscoping the project with their deadline closing
Oh,
in.
that's nice, Fury.
Even with
We
Article
could
1
maybe think of
releasing in
something
fall
someday.
2017, and many of its staff moving to help with Metro, finishing in 2018 was an impossibility. Outsourcing became a
Like they had,
necessity, and even with the extra cooks in the kitchen,
like with Metro Exodus. No, he's not a Metro raider. He's just well, he does say positive. I think it's like a positive review in general, but he does point out things that he doesn't like. I don't agree with everything that he says that he doesn't like about the game, but I didn't. There were certain things that I didn't like either. But when he gets to them, I'll talk about what I didn't like either. Yeah, Fury. When I was looking at Remnant, I was hoping to play it with you, but like I could only get it for, Xbox Live, and it doesn't match with Steam. It doesn't play in with Steam, not like Apex and all those other games where it doesn't matter where you're from. They do say that you can play on PC, but you have to have the Xbox store to play on PC. Yeah, but it does say, oh yeah, you can have crossplay, but it's not crossplay. It's not crossplay. It's just that if I was an Xbox person, if you have Xbox Live or whatever it's called now, you can play these games either on PC or on Xbox, right? At least some of them. I'm not sure if all of them. And Remnant is one of those titles. So that's what they consider crossplay, but it's not crossplay. And it's unfortunate, really. Like they should all be able just to play together, or at least peer to peer it. Be peer to peer would work fine as well. I think, as long as you got strong internet connections, it would work that way as well. But yeah, it's unfortunate, Fury. We'll find something that we could play together someday. I'm sure it'll happen.
4A Games were still working around the clock. Employees would set themed
Yeah,
playlists
maybe,
to the
Soldier.
80s while working
I'm
all
looking
through
into
the
that
night.
game too.
One of the employees I
Yeah.
talked to
I
didn't
don't
want
know.
to
I'm
disclose
terrible
how
at
many
deciding what to
hours they
play.
worked.
I'm telling you right now.
However much it was, the amount was shared by their creative director, until that was also impossible.
I always look at it as like I'm gonna get married to the game, so I want to make the right choice.
Development, losing half of his movement on the left side, and had an epileptic attack on his way to work. It was an event that shook the team, the family who were even called Spartans, in tribute to the art they were making. And it was Prof who, after recovering, promised to drop the heroic titles. Words like crunch and overtime didn't exist in the office because it was in the studio's DNA. They live for their work, sacrificing everything for it. But when that nearly became someone's life, the non-stop work structure was finally reset. The game's delay happened in large part because of this. It's also why the game was further scaled down. Caspian Sea was reported to be 20 to 30% bigger. The valley was an open world that shrunk time after time until it was finally cut down to a linear stage, with much of its original horror concepts and atmosphere removed.
That's a
Despite
shame.
all of these cuts, the team never seemed afraid of how the game would turn out, that it wouldn't be appreciated. Ironic considering what happened next. Deep Silver made Ranger Hardcore a pre-order bonus in Metro Last Light months before launch, so they decided to up the ante by announcing Metro Exodus as a timed Epic Games Store exclusive 2 weeks before launch. While Steam copies would be sold to those who already pre-ordered, new customers would have to buy the game through Epic's storefront. Though it might have been Deep Silver's decision, that didn't stop 4A Games from also receiving a tidal wave of harassment across all forms and accounts. But don't take this as me saying normal players who aren't childish psychopaths had nothing to be upset about. Using a storefront for one single-player game that was never promoted in its years of marketing that doesn't grant any benefit to players except saving them $10 if you were lucky enough to live in a country unaffected by regional pricing was only a negative for players. And taping over Steam codes was as funny as it was depressing. What I do question is the sentiment nearly all of the videos covering this story mentioned, that Deep Silver shouldn't have done this because of how it affects Metro's brand in the long term. every game in the franchise was back to having very positive reviews on Steam.
Oh, I'll write that
including
down, Soldier.
Exodus.
I'll take a look at it.
And 4A Games have announced plans to continue the franchise across all platforms, including the PC, which a developer infamously said wouldn't happen if the game was boycotted on the platform. All of this controversy has left no impact on the game today. There's no exclusive content, locked features, or explicit benefits for any particular launcher. It only gave a boatload of stress for the developers who weren't in a position to address it, and an even bigger boatload of content now collecting dust. While done during a media frenzy, Metro Exodus was finally released on February 19th, 2019.
Like I have to say that when you play this game, if you ever do, you do feel that this game was put together with passion, and that there was a team that really wanted to put together a game that was amazing. You know, I can't describe why, but when you play it, you could feel that the developers, they put things in there that are just like, wow, that's so cool, but it doesn't really benefit you. It's just the fact that it's a cool factor. And when you get that time and time again, you realize, yeah, these guys, they were really wanting to put together a video game for people to enjoy, and that was it. You know, that's the vibe. Where I guess on the contrary, sometimes you'll get like a AAA game, and you know right away, and I'm not the only person that said it, but you know right away that it's like a cash grab. You know, or how I hate when you get like the Call of Duties do this all the time. Like they'll have, like, let's say Modern Warfare 2. Okay, that game blew my mind, and I played it for years. Okay, I did. I loved it, and then the next one after that, I think it was the first Modern Warfare version, or Black Ops. It was Black Ops. That was actually quite similar to. Modern Warfare 2. So it was almost like I could play both. It was okay, right? But then the one after that one, which was, I think, Modern Warfare, and it had like laser guns, and the enemies, like the engine changed. I was just like, why? Like, why did you just ruin this game? And time and time again, that happens, and I kind of lost my interest in the whole series, right? And I lose my interest in the series so many times. Yeah, I know, Fury. I know. It's very disappointing, right? So this is where he says gameplay. He's pretty good at the gameplay with this game.
One of the most common being to mainline the story. Not completely, especially in RPGs. I make a note to do side quests as they're often the best part of a game. But when it comes to open worlds, I rarely explore every little nook and cranny on a first playthrough. Not just for the sake of time, but for engaging in the plot that often takes a back seat when you're setting times on leaderboards, or doing a criminal convoy. But in Metro Exodus's Volga, I traversed 95% of it on that first run. And despite...
Like, I knew that this game had, like, exploratory tendencies, but when I first played this game, I was so disorientated that I totally lost. I was scared to go out, because you would go out, you would encounter a couple of mutants, and then all your resources would be like thrown out. It's like, well, I can't even play the rest of this game. Like, I got nothing left here. So I couldn't really figure out like the mechanics of the game. So I just stayed with the story. So I didn't explore anything the first time through. That's why I played it a second time, because the second time I think I explored, as I still missed a few things, but I do feel satisfied that I explored the entirety of every level, and it was so satisfying.
Like this, for the most recent playthrough, I did it all over again. And I did it all over again while remembering so much of that original
So you
run.
played it twice too.
Not just the unskippable portions like the church, whale, and hallways to Anna, but the crane, poker house, farmhouse, lake house, train station, and nest. These aren't set
Oh, it
pieces.
is. It
They're
is.
all discovered via the core gameplay loop and exploration, which 20-hour open-world shooters aren't known for. I remember the
Yeah,
weed
I like
farm in
those
Far
too,
Cry
Fury.
3,
I like
but
the
that's mostly
sci-fi
because of
horror stuff.
Skrillex. I remember the drug sequences because of Voss. I remember the poker game for being the only appropriate one in a Ubisoft title. But the core gameplay, what you're doing moment to moment the majority of time, becomes a blur of gunfire, explosions, and takedown animations. I can't tell you what I was doing in the first 6 hours of Just Cause 3, because it's not all that distinct from any of the other hours. These long shooters not only need a combat system that's flexible enough to endure for all those hours, they need content that can be repeated throughout them, so the developers don't need to make 5 games worth of unique handcrafted content for one. Only 4A didn't get the memo. Nothing is repeated here. You don't open a map with labels for radio towers, outposts.
Yeah, exploration is definitely essential for Metro Exodus, for you to get your metal and for chemicals and things like that, so you can craft and you can craft your health kits. You can craft. You have to get the gas filters, mask filters, also ammo as well. But if you're careful with your ammo, and you do kill like bandits and enemies with ammo, you get to pick it up. So I didn't find myself the second time through crafting all that much ammo, but having almost unlimited health kits, because I'm always collecting and searching, it made the game a lot easier to digest, right? And also the filters too, because the filters, if you don't have them, you don't last long. And if you do a quick save without filters, it doesn't help. So there was a certain type of, let's say, prowess that I gained playing it the first time around. And I knew that I needed these med kits, and I knew I needed these filters all the time. Otherwise, it's almost next to impossible to get through the levels. So the second time through, I made sure about those, having a lot of those, and I didn't counter any issues with medkits or filters this time around, that I could definitely credit that to the exploration and accumulating all the raw materials that I needed.
Posts or races to collect skill points. Your only markers for things undiscovered are question marks. Some of those encounters are reminiscent of outposts in Far Cry, but they're not placed to give side missions, spawn points, or XP rewards. They're just a part of the world you discover, in the same manner as discovering safe houses.
See, it's very different,
There isn't
isn't
a
it?
set number or order of them per stage. The level design of each is very different, from ranged sniper duels on makeshift towers to close-quarter brawls in the train station, as are the rewards for completing them and what follows. Whether it's another camp, boat ride, environment puzzle, what the team called frozen stories, or a piece of loot. But it's never the same thing twice.
No, it's not.
It's not even a pattern. What order of experiences you get in these levels is whatever the people of 4A wanted to make that day. The Inglorious Bastard Poker House doesn't exist as part of a collectathon, quest, or upgrade tree. It exists because someone thought it would be cool.
Right?
Talented people filling the
It's a
environment
different type
with
of
what
game.
they individually believed in is what makes Volga feel alive. And it's magic's the pace at which you uncover these personal diatribes. You don't know if there's a firefight, conversation, puzzle, or equipment around the corner, but because Volga is merely large and not enormous, it never takes long to find out, encouraging detours. Firefights in a train station, talking to a brainwashed son and his father, finding Nastia's teddy bear, tight-roping a crane, upgrading parts, stumbling upon gambling gone wrong, respecting the locals, fighting sea monsters, testing a metal detector, scavenging a factory, and fighting at the gas station all occurred to me within minutes of each other, and each of these events can be as long or brief as you desire in play style. It is such good pacing. I was almost sad to return to the Aurora. No more stumbling upon
Yeah,
the
I felt
shelter
sad when the
navigating
Volga was
the next
over.
island,
I
or
enjoyed this level
scavenging
so
the
much.
next part. Even the journey to those events has tension. One mob's all it takes to drain your resources.
Yeah, see?
Forcing you into scenarios that just wouldn't happen in
Like you run out of
games.
weapons.
Like jammed weapons encouraging you to avoid monsters you normally gun down, or having your resources spread across throwing knives, shotguns, and a 3-cylinder revolver, requiring precise timing over who you kill and with what. It reminds me of the most intense moments of Metro 2033, but where that game constantly confined you behind NPCs, set pieces, or just really poor level design, Exodus lets you indulge in its best components without interruption. It's a chain link of unique experiences where just the decision to detour gives weight to what's discovered, especially when that decision creates a journey within itself. Right next to the power-generated home is a collapsed building down the middle of the river. It's the one location I missed during that first playthrough. Making the trek over there would have been simple, only I forgot boats don't respawn. They always remain where you left them. So I fought multiple enemies, managed my resources, and nearly got killed by sea creatures to get on that boat, dodging even more along the way to finally reach the structure, containing not loot or karma points, but a story. A story of a makeshift hospital cataloging their patients slowly dying off week by week. And the longer you stay in this place, the more screams you hear, the ghosts of this man's dying patients, the ones who led him to be where his corpse now hangs.
Like, the atmosphere is just unbelievable.
Volga's an absolute treat of open world design. It's a brilliant example of how so many frustrations open world games face these days.
And he's not a,
isn't the mission types,
you know, he's not a fanboy. He'll start bashing it in a short period of time.
A checklist rather
Nothing's
than an
perfect,
adventure
right?
Within itself, and gifting disconnected rewards rather than tangible goods or an emotional payoff. The prospect of Caspian Sea, then, is thrilling. Volga, but more. More terrain, more varying conditions, more features, more structures, more distance. But while Caspian may double Volga in size, it's not double the content. And because there's such a vast distance between objectives, it feels like half the content. The car's obviously a solution, but not only is it slow, it feels slower in a vast open desert without a notable challenge in driving. There isn't a winding, narrow road or a particularly bumpy land.
See, here's where I diverge with him. Like, he says here that he doesn't like the Caspian. The Caspian for me was one of the most amazing levels, and it does have distance from one area to another, but every area had something to explore. You know, it's hard to say that the vastness of Caspian was a negative in this part. I think it wasn't. I enjoyed it because the atmosphere of the Caspian was deserty, sprawling, a wasteland. Like, it had no water. So it had that vibe, and you always have that desperation that you're missing something or you need to get something, and you still don't know what is in that structure that you kind of drive through. So you stop and you take a look. I think I tried to look at so many. Every time I saw a structure, even though there may not have been anything in there, I still had the need to look and see what was inside. You know, it was really, really amazing. But here he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. But that's okay.
Most of the time spent just holding the gas pedal. Volga didn't just have more density in its encounters, but more going on the way to them. Creatures on land and the waters, thin
but he's
ice
not wrong.
Islands, pockets
right?
of radiation, and anomalies at night. Caspian has pockets of burning oil, buried enemies, grand outposts, and most notably sandstorms. But unlike anomalies, these sandstorms are more scripted. In Volga, Foray had to reduce enemy patrols because the electrical anomalies would kill so many, players would stumble upon unintentional graveyards. In Caspian, the storm always triggers when getting the car, and it's always disabled whenever rescuing slaves to avoid AI issues with the engine. Both methods are solutions, but one allows for more unique experiences. There's less danger in this environment overall, making those stretches between content even more apparent.
I don't know. I'm getting beat up by the bat.
Allows Exodus to thrive. I kept playing Just Cause 3 and Far Cry 3 despite lacking Volga's variety because of its core gameplay strength. The satisfaction of pulling the trigger or just moving through the map. Exodus has the former, but not the latter. Our team's been given an extra heft in this game. Weapons are slower to reload and aim down sights. They've got a solid amount of kick to them, and sound design across the board's been overhauled to give all of them a distinct.
Yeah, sound was awesome. Cool, right?
These are all good changes. Last Light's heightened animation suited its bombastic campaign, but that style's not only less suited to Metro's grounded atmosphere, It's definitely antithetical to a game that's more draped in quiet time. But 4A's attempt to give Artyom weight in his movement just feels off, and I'm far from alone. Movement speed is relatively high, but gravity is low, making you float across the air like a ball, putting you in critical health at some points. It's surprisingly less noticeable on a keyboard, but still quite puzzling when Last Light didn't have this issue at all. And while those improvements...
Like, I wasn't sure, but I thought that the gravity was really a killer. Like, you know, it was actually like real life in a way, because, you know, something that I guess, you know, let's say Apex, there is no fall damage, right? So that's the other extreme. But usually when you do have like a video game, you're allowed to, you know, you could probably drop down 10 meters and it's okay, right? But with this one here, it's more like real life. Like if you're up like 3 meters in the air, you'll get either a little bit of damage, or you get like a scripted like, oh, you know, saying that you were a little bit high there. Did I find that it was floaty? Not compared to other FPSs. Did I find that the gameplay or the shooting weighty? I did. I did enjoy the fight. I just thought to myself, sometimes, you know, you would have an enemy right in their sights and you would miss, you know, and I don't know if that was it was, I definitely think a high percentage of that was me. But on the other side, on the other side of things, I think that it lacked in a little bit of accuracy when it came to that. But overall, like, the accuracy was there, like for an FPS, that's for sure.
Listed do make the game much more immersive. In terms of AI behavior or enemy types, Exodus has never been top-notch. In truth, Metro's never been, but it could cover up a lot of its errors in the darkness of its tunnels. Perhaps one of the troubles with Caspian is that its brightness often highlights the worst of those you fight, both in animations and behavior. Human enemies recklessly charge in the open, take cover behind objects that don't protect them, and even on Ranger Hardcore make questionable decisions.
It's all right, Master.
What is this dog?
And cutting those shield enemies was a real blow for the sake of surprises, because for the most part, you're just fighting identical bandits who only differ via firearms. Though they're still preferable to the alternative, more on that later. What I'm saying is Caspian's less enjoyable than Volga, not that Caspian isn't enjoyable. Volga's strengths of mystery and variety.
See, he's rather
are
objective, like he
retained.
makes a point.
From hiding in the
right?
huts to avoid demon taxis to running over zombies, and the mixture of ranged and close quarters fights gives just enough character to make this preferable to the idea of Caspian being a repeat of Volga. I've even seen a couple people say it's their favorite level, and I can absolutely see why. It's gorgeous, supremely atmospheric, and filled with surprises that may not even be discovered by some players, including myself during both playthroughs. Taiga is in many ways the opposite of Caspian.
Taiga
It's
was
more
amazing.
dangerous than Volga, with lots of hazards to navigate in the waters.
I didn't like the
animals,
spiders much,
fortresses,
though.
and lack of resources at the beginning. But it's significantly reduced in scale, acting
Like the Tiaga, whatever it's called, this area here, what they do is they strip away all your resources at the beginning. And so you're playing about a quarter of it with just the crossbow, because they end up giving you a crossbow. But you have nothing else. Like, you don't have your backpack, which is something that you kind of get attached to during the game, because they give you this backpack, and then you can craft some minor ammunition. You can craft knives, some decoys. You can craft med kits, and you can craft what do you call it? Gas filters, right? Or mask filters. But in the Tiaga, they stripped that all away, and so you start this level with nothing except for a crossbow and I think one or two arrows or bolts, as you call them, right? That adds to the pressure. Plus, it's creepy, and it was quite an amazing level. I thought it was very unique. It was slightly linear, even though you had a map and you can kind of explore, but it did have a linearity to it. But it did have some exploration aspects to it. It wasn't completely linear, but it didn't have the vastness that the Volga or the Caspian had.
Is an expanded linear mission with the world being cut several times over development. There's no free roam vehicles, no backtracking, and no Aurora beyond cinematics. But indulge me. Nightfire packed all core mechanics into its second level, the Exchange, and the rest of the game's missions doubled down on a particular aspect of the Exchange, kind of like Exodus. Volga establishes almost everything. Large open spaces, day and night cycles influencing NPCs and creatures of the level, dynamic weather, resource loot, and crafting mechanics. And both Caspian and Taiga tweak the meters of everything to make new experiences. Caspian stretches those large open spaces, facilitating the car and a different style of combat with more range and less cover. Taiga reduces those large open spaces, directing you down a path without the resources you're by now packed with, facilitating stealth in silence, not just against human beings, but the wildlife unique to this environment. It's always disappointing in an open world game to get to an all-new region just to repeat everything you've already done. That's what makes environments skin deep. So Caspian and Taiga serve as great companions to Volga, altering the sliders of danger, size, and flexibility. I elect that Volga isn't the best because of its ratio, but its execution, having easily the most amount of effort poured into it by the developers ending up in the final product. You can see it in its density, pacing, and polish, something that Caspian doesn't have as much of. Though I must admit, the tiny mistakes throughout this game I found to be endearing, and perhaps that's because they're relatable. When you've got a small team multitasking various parts of a game this meticulously crafted, it's only inevitable that one grass texture will escape them. Point is, if variety and mystery is one of Metro Exodus's biggest strengths, then having 3 major environments be notably unique in gameplay furthers that strength. But they're not the only environments. There's the linear missions, the ones continuing Metro's spirit. In theory, because I'm not entirely convinced they do. Metro 2033 and Last Light had a wide array of missions, from fighting Nazis or Reds in the tunnels they controlled to managing resources on the surface against Watchers and navigating visions caused by the Dark Ones. But Metro's factions aren't on the surface, and the open world has replaced the little sandboxes. So the linear missions are often not an effort to ratchet up the action or set up a really unique scenario. They're more about delivering the quiet claustrophobic atmosphere Metro's known for. So why don't I believe these capture the spirit of past games? Because while the Metro tunnels were claustrophobic, that's not all they were. There were high-speed escapes on turrets, dream sequences in rivers, nail-biting, if infuriating stealth sections, and most significantly, a large list of enemies, many of which are not present at all in these missions. Instead, taking their place by and large are zombies. They're called humanimals, but give me a break. They look, move, sound, and behave exactly like zombies, and I don't take any issue with them in the open world. They serve a similar purpose to lurkers in the gameplay ecosystem, assuring that you're never completely atop resources in the sandbox. But in linear missions, where the designers assure you'll have enough ammunition and equipment to survive the level, these zombies are just fucking boring.
He's got a point.
There's no variations in traits other than health, no weaknesses to particular weapons. Getting close to them just triggers a QTE. The knife's been excluded to takedown animations, so saving ammo requires 3 to 4 clunky punches, and their ranged attacks is throwing bricks like Vancouverites. Metro's monsters were distinct. They were memorable, and that comes not just from visual and audio design, but their movement, animations, and scripted placement. Those great experiences of being swarmed by Watchers or getting jump scared by shrimps does exist, just not in the linear missions. Technically, the shrimps do appear in Taiga for one brief section, but that's a one-off, and the Watchers never appear in a linear mission after Moscow. Instead, this generic, boring, and repetitive enemy type makes up for more than a third of the linear levels. Adding the spiders, that leaves just barely half of the missions pitting you against enemy combatants, and even those have all the issues previously mentioned, though the AI's ineptitude isn't always frustrating. During my first playthrough, I decided to kill 3 campers with 1 Molotov, and apparently it appalled my enemies so much they all surrendered. This new mechanic isn't really to do with Metro's karma system like you'd assume, but empowerment. Enemies kneeling to your glory does inflate the ego, but I don't think that empowerment's ultimately worth it. All surrendering does is disable an enemy who could have been the one to put you down. One thing I'll definitely give credit for is despite their claustrophobic nature, there's generally more wiggle room in these missions than past games. Stealth in Last Light was especially boring because so much of it was red light, green light due to the design of its tunnels. That's been addressed here. There's always an alternate pathway for players, maintaining flow for both playstyles. It's just not a particularly great flow, and actually, the linear missions attempting to be the bombastic ones from Last Light are often the worst because of its poor movement controls and slower pacing. The finale of Caspian is almost embarrassing. You see this Mad Max megabase expecting a throwdown in a Terrordome, only to gun down basic foes in a Binding of Isaac room for 5 minutes, with enemies climbing the walls like Private Pile into your crosshairs. Same thing for Yamantau. My respect for the craftsmanship poured into its visuals and atmosphere doesn't change how dull the level is to play. When I'm mowing down brain-dead cannibals, it's reminiscent of the imp reveal in Doom 3, where their creepy introduction's followed by one tapping them in the face with a shotgun. Sure, they're making bizarre screams and their hallways are repugnant, but they react with no urgency. Ironically, the level developers have complete control over ends up being less atmospheric than the open worlds because of the differences in effort poured into them. We all know why Moscow's kind of but that doesn't change just how little it does to initially sell Exodus. I've got particular empathy for the issue at hand. There's new gameplay for the franchise in this latest installment that requires a plot explanation to get to. But the side effect of this plot necessity are levels the team didn't put the same amount of effort into as ones for that new gameplay, being the first impression, and not for 10 minutes, but a full hour. A lose-lose scenario where enough time spent following one pathway or one character to be annoying, but not enough context is given for the plot to seem convincing. The visuals are gorgeous, but there's nothing in the first hour of Exodus that exceeds prior games other than the visuals. The overblown set pieces, slow NPCs, and dated QTEs are all here. I get the warehouse might have been boring without this explosion, but it's still boring. It doesn't injure anyone, change the level's layout, introduce a new enemy. It just kicks you out of a room like a trap door. In 1 hour, gameplay amounts to walking down a hallway, walking down a hallway, walking down a hallway, walking down a hallway, arena, train car. It's beyond inefficient, while carrying all the issues from past games. Not only is 2033's handholding present, there's the Last Light doorways that reset enemy AI, allowing players to just run past everyone if they choose to. The AI, stealth, weapons, everything connected to the core gameplay doesn't change from Moscow to Volga, but everything surrounding those systems does. Because Moscow's job is to introduce everything from gas mask filters to stealth one at a time, these mechanics are completely isolated from each other. There's no panic when I've run out of filters on the surface because I know the only way you'd run out is if the designers had a safety net. In this case, a cutscene. In Volga, running out of filters would prevent you from accessing areas of the map. It's something to always be aware of and requires sacrificing resources you could use.
Volga was amazing.
Ammunition, health kits, and cleaning weapons. Resource management has always been a part of Metro, but it's both a much bigger part of the main game and almost completely absent in the opening and most of the linear missions. It's too often just your cliche first-person shooter campaign, and I really do want to hammer this point home of them not building upon the past. This bear fight's a prime example. It's already been done, yet fails to improve upon it at all with no dodge abilities for Artyom, no new attacks for the bear, no notable damage model, and you're not working with anybody to kill it on either occasion. The bear in Last Light didn't only serve a gameplay purpose, it made Artyom's connection with the little dark one more tangible, as he's the reason you can identify the bear's weak points. And it doesn't just limp to death but is torn apart by Watchmen. None of that exists here, you're just mag dumping until a cutscene's triggered. But having mentioned the Dark Ones, we need to talk about the Dead City. I've seen lots of criticisms regarding this level, even from developers themselves, and it's understandable. Beginning your open world game with the least amount of freedom isn't satisfying, so neither should be concluding it. But as annoying as following Miller is, this is the level that felt like a true extension of the previous games, primarily due to what it has that's never been featured in Exodus to this point: the supernatural. The Dark Ones are a big part of what gave Metro its unique character, atmosphere, and identity, and you feel it in the Dead City.
Oh yeah, that's
You're
for
in
sure.
a region that's more irradiated than anything you've experienced in Moscow, and the game illustrates the death and despair that comes from that in ways that were never artistically rendered before. The walls were never this infested, the waters were never this contaminated, and the corpses were never this numerous. It's such a descent into hell, it reminded me of this channel's meme, cemented by Artyom's visions during his descent, both about people in his life and the world on the day of its destruction. This is why zombies are so lame. Metro Exodus may be the gameplay peak of the series.
He didn't like the
most
zombies,
flexible
did he?
Sandbox, phenomenal pacing in its major worlds, and total immersion. It just doesn't always make the most of that gameplay, with the repetition of its most boring enemies, anticlimactic spectacles, and varying mission quality. But the Dead City confirms where Exodus's strength lies, not in the AI, gunplay, movement, or depth, and it's never been for Metro. It's all about placing yourself in the world, to the point where other games could take notes from it. I've not felt this immersed in a world since Far Cry 2, and Exodus definitely has more diversity in its content. 4A did a good job in merging Redux's playstyles, something engaging for both casual and hardcore players. Though I'd personally recommend Ranger Hardcore still, which suits this game so much better than it did for Last Light, even if a couple levels are maybe too hard, though others like Yamantau are notably improved via the balancing changes. I did 2 playthroughs. First, running the Enhanced Edition at normal difficulty with full ray tracing on a gamepad in English. The second, running the original game at Ranger Hardcore with a mouse and keyboard in Russian, and gameplay was so much more enjoyable in the second. Mouse and keyboard does have its benefits in this game, mainly that taking down zombies, looting items, and movement controls are all less of an annoyance, but Ranger Hardcore is still what made that second playthrough more fun overall. The most basic firefights require forethought as you can't take damage. Enemy awareness is increased, addressing the problem of this mode in Last Light. There's also no save scumming, and the balance of weapon degradation's altered, degrading faster while costing more to clean on fewer workbenches. It forces you to use all of the mechanics more often, cleaning weapons, pumping them, changing filters, reading the map, watching your indicators, wiping off the mask, burning cobwebs, cranking the battery, pulling out the backpack.
Awesome.
And I absolutely loved it.
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
Unlike most hardcore survival games, it's not about complexity of the variables. And unlike Ubi boxes, it's not about earning abstract rewards. It's about making you feel like a real person in a real world.
Cool, right? That's the difference of the game. For sure, for sure. That's what it is. The story was one of my best things. I don't know what he has to say about it. Let's see.
When I'm told to write a vague protagonist, what I hear is, make them boring. If a player needs a boring avatar in order to feel immersed in a game, then that player's not projecting onto the character. Instead, they're relating to someone who is boring because they too are boring. The boring avatar isn't pulling them deeper into the game, it's just helping the player's boring brain imagine what it would be like to live in a world where boring people are also powerful and important. That's why you rarely see overweight, unattractive avatars. People aren't projecting themselves onto their avatars, it's actually the other way around. By taking control of an avatar, players project its superior qualities back onto themselves. It's not projecting at all really, it's just wish fulfillment. Walt Williams, Chapter 10, page 168, significant 0. Ray didn't ask me to read that. I don't think I'm supposed to.
There are avatars that work, and Gordon Freeman in the first Half-Life is one of them, because his only plot requirements are to do with time and place. Everything else is up to the player. Whether he's a psychotic murderer disposing of guards and scientists for his own entertainment, or a little pee-pee piss-piss boy screaming at head crabs. Neither interpretation conflicts with Half-Life's story, but in Half-Life 2, Freeman isn't an avatar, he's a character, one with no voice, personality, or unique traits, yet is an inspirational folk hero to everyone in the story, who must play a specific role for the plot to progress. And this is what I'm growing tired of with age. Avatars can work when players mold a character into whatever they want it to be. But as times progress, the avatars have just become characters that lack all personality traits and conflicts a character needs to compel. It's true a bad character can be worse than none, and because actions define character, silent protagonists aren't inherently a blank slate. The Doomslayer is an easy example. But a lack of voice or personality can do just as much damage as a poorly defined character. And the prime example is Metro Exodus. There's a strict pattern in the campaign: linear level, season level, open world. Those season levels are about exploring the Aurora, interacting with your crew, and serving as a quiet contrast to the action. The
Have a
ultimate
newspaper
purpose
smoke.
of these levels are to reflect your actions. Conversations with Anna change if you listen to the radio. The crew reflect on Duke, Demir, and Aloysia. But the best part of them is direct interaction. When Anna first asked to stay, I figured it'd be a little scene about the previous level. Instead, she enters a 5-minute monologue about her dreams being realized.
Yeah, that was amazing to
How
me.
people on the surface are even more dejected than those in the metro, and the ease at which people eat up lies for convenience, including herself. She even continues as you caress her. This is the first time I've ever seen an action game depict intimacy. Not sex, intimacy. Someone pouring out their deepest thoughts in total comfort of someone they love. And there's several great moments throughout Exodus of listening to these charming characters, either by themselves or in a group. The boys taking shots after a successful mission, Aloysia simping over the radio for Olga, Tokarev showing Nastia how to clean guns, Stepan playing soft music for his wife, Miller standing triumphantly ahead as you're heading to Yamantau, Kress sharing stories over a smoke, joining for an impromptu wedding. It is Mass Effect 3's Citadel party woven into the core game, and it's one of Exodus's proudest standouts. You witness every facet of humanity. There's comedy, absurdity, references, introspection.
I did enjoy
anxiety, and joy
interacting
turning
with
to
the
despair.
NPCs in the story. It
And
was
all
really
with
amazing.
So much more writing than you'd ever expect from a game like this.
Very rich, and you
Anna's
wanted more of
extended
it.
5-minute
You know,
monologue isn't rare. It's the standard almost all of these characters abide. And it's remarkable just how much pressing the D-pad to smoke, drink, or embrace reinforces the world just like pumping a weapon does. But one part of these sequences drives me insane.
you can't.
Artyom.
Oh,
Warren Spector had to keep telling J.C. Denton's voice actor, no, too much emotion. This is one of the most common beliefs with Vessels. Characters like Artyom don't emote, so the player doesn't hear emotions they don't share. And I get it, I've laid this criticism at Mirror's Edge Catalyst. However, the solution isn't to make Faith a silent protagonist, but to make her a better written protagonist. Because if you take this line of thinking to where Metro Exodus has, we're supposed to believe a husband showing concern for their dying wife would take you out of the experience. And that is bullshit. I'm being taken out because the person I'm controlling isn't portraying any emotion. If the counter is that mine are filling Artyom's void, maybe, if this game was a completely isolated experience where all you felt were the visceral emotions from its action and horror. But it's not. Hours of gameplay are solely devoted to charismatic companions talking to a wall, where every conversation is loaded with awkward pauses.
But there is one more question I need to ask.
but of course.
Questions that can't be answered.
So, how do you like it out here after your tunnels? Freedom, huh? Sure thing.
In so many instances of characters just droning on about a single topic with no contested viewpoints.
I enjoyed that scene. I'm sure that it's not for everybody. I get what he's saying.
I've critiqued Commander Shepard for being a fridge with only a handful of tiny scenes in 3 to give a drip of characterization. But at least they talk. At least when characters go on a monologue, you have the decency to respond. So much of what makes people's favorite characters are how they react. And how can they when your hero never does?
Yeah, he doesn't say
In-person,
anything.
Loading screens, open season.
The final destination of our long journey.
He does talk in narratives
Direct
here.
radio contact with the bunker has completely dissolved Miller's resentment towards me for...
Like for me, like the character of Artyom, he came like I got to know Artyom through this particular screen right here, like because he would always when you go into a new area, he would describe what's going on, right? And in this story, you kind of get to know him. But he's right, like the NPC interaction, I just said, well, it's a video game to myself, right? And they have to load in what they have to say and all that kind of things. But it is off-putting when they ask you a question and nothing happens and there's like a pause and they kind of just sort of sit there, the NPCs, and then they go on to something else. I also, when I was speaking with the NPCs and interacting with them, I was disconnected because it was just sort of like something that you completely watch, even though every once in a while you could sit down, you could have a drink, you could have a smoke. That must have been some type of solution, but it was kind of off-putting, you know, because it was video gamey. It did take me out of the immersion of the story, right? So I understand what he's saying. However, the personality of Artyom, for me, was given through these descriptions before we start a specific level. And that made me kind of get to know Artyom and how he's like. And that part of it didn't bother me. The like I said, the NPC interactions with the delays. Oh, and also too, I didn't know when the NPC was finished. Like, because sometimes they would talk and talk, and they wouldn't be repeating any dialogue. They always had a lot of dialogue, which I actually really enjoyed. I like to have that context. However, I was always thinking when I walked away from the NPC, two things would happen. The NPC would continue to talk, and then I would have to turn around and see what they were saying. Or I would walk away thinking, I missed something, right? Like, was that all of it? Right? So that kind of happened during the NPC interactions.
Destroying our previous lives. He is eagerly anticipating the meeting with the Minister of Defense he was promised.
I can't help but imagine Artyom leaving Anna's embrace to talk out loud into his notebook. That is what's been so frustrating about all of the Metros, but Exodus in particular. Artyom isn't an avatar. He's a character, one with strong wants, needs, and desires that get more defined with each installment, to the point where he is the only reason Metro Exodus's plot even begins. It's him, and him alone, pushing for a return to the surface, that there has to be more to life in the Metro tunnels. He believes this so fiercely, he sacrifices his own health every day against the wills of his commander and partner. He's grown so much since 2033. A boy filling in for the shoes of a seasoned Spartan is now second in command to the Spartans, a veteran over his comrades. He expresses himself passionately between missions about everything he's seen in his travels, and everyone else expresses themselves more than ever before, with stronger characterization. The easiest example is Anna, who went from unlikable to waifu overnight. Everyone loves her now, and why wouldn't they? The intimacy referenced earlier is a core part of these season levels, and after winter, they always begin with Anna and Artyom in private. The relationship is reinforced constantly, both through
Hey,
Anna's
Fury, thank you.
dialogue and animations, like lifting each other with both hands. It's such a cute relationship that could have been realized so much more if Artyom was treated as an actual character, which he is, just not in gameplay, making it all the more obnoxious. And why? Why would 4A Games do this again?
Traditions.
Yep. In every Metro game, Artyom is the protagonist who talks in loading screens, but is mute during gameplay, all for one line or grunt during an intense scene. That is always voiced by Prof, and the leads didn't want to give this up for consistency, which is another poor excuse. You'll completely alter the appearance of characters, design a new gameplay framework, and shove iconic enemies aside for zombies.
For the DLC, the Sam story, they had Sam talk. I think they kind of addressed it with Sam's story, like the last DLC. I did like it, and I would have to say that what it added was it not only had the narrative, because he would also narrate, right? Sam would narrate during the DLC. But what he would do, and what they added, was very simple. They sometimes, when you collect, and I don't know if it was on a timer or however many things that you collect, but Sam would get like some chemical or some or some loot, and he'd go, yeah, I could use that, or it's like, ooh, bonus, like he had like it wasn't a lot. Like he had a few lines that he would say, and it wasn't like always, right? Because can you imagine him always saying something every time you pick up loot? Because there's so much loot to pick up. But every once in a while, he would go, "Oh yeah, I need this," or "Oh, that's a really good find," or he would say these little things, and I thought to myself, that is amazing. At first, I didn't like it because I would say to myself, yeah, I think that's kind of cheesy. Like it doesn't really work for me. But as I played Sam's story, and I kind of got to like him, and I got to know him and how he was thinking and his general objectives and things like that, I felt that I wanted to help him get home, right? And he also had this really cool personality to him, right? Because he would be excited to find something that was useful, right? And where Artyom in the original game didn't have any of that. Like he would just be completely silent. Of course, there would be a grunt every once in a while, and I'm not sure if he's ever said anything during the game. I can't recall, right? But in the Sam story, like I said, they would add these couple of lines every once in a while, and I think that it addressed this issue to a point. And also the cutscenes. Yeah, I get it. Like the cutscenes, sure, would be nice to have Artyom interact during a cutscene, and you would be able to see him, and he would talk, and you would kind of do it. But the way that the exploration was with the NPCs really is that you were always in real time. Like you weren't there weren't really that many cutscenes when you were exploring the NPCs. So you were walking around, and you would get close to an NPC, and then they would tell a story. And sometimes they would open up into these little interactive moments where you could pick up a guitar and play with Stefan, or you could sit down and have a smoke with Dimitri, and all these kind of cool little things, which were surprises, and I really loved them. But as to saying that Artyom didn't have like a personality, I would say that, yeah, Artyom did have a personality. I did feel that I was Artyom in the game simply through the narratives that they provided, or Artyom provided during, like, not really cutscenes, but during the times when you move from one section to the next, and he would kind of describe the next area and what the objective was initially at that point. I think for them to add a lot of talking during a mission for Artyom, I don't think I would like it. I think that would be kind of cheesy. But I could see adding, like in Sam's story, adding a little bit of flair, a little bit of character made sense, and I think that worked, right?
But Artyom's voice, that's where you're going to plant your flag in the name of tradition. Tradition will always be one of the worst excuses for any decision in any line of work or celebration. There are only 3 acceptable traditions on this earth: David Lynch's weather reports, F1 leagues, and...
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Now, I said the open world gameplay first requires a plot event in Moscow. Artyom needs to find a signal of life on the surface. He starts the ball rolling, venturing out an untold number of times and being hospitalized 3 times. So the game demonstrates this by beginning with a descent into the tunnels. Not the other way around? I normally don't give suggestions like this anymore. Hindsight's 20/20, and it is unfair to play armchair designer, but this to me is an obvious thematic oversight, though it makes sense via the circumstances.
Yeah, there you go.
While Ukraine developed many of the linear levels, including Moscow, the tunnels were prototyped later by Malta, and the argument I could see for this opening requiring tunnels is the following levels exploring the surface with Anna. But that's my argument. If the game's plot is about Artyom going to the surface, the opening should be visiting the surface alone, failing to find a signal and collapsing, where you're rescued by Anna watching you from afar. You wake up in the
I think that's
hospital with her,
preference.
she berates you for your recklessness, and then fully tags along with you in the next mission where you do succeed. And if the tunnels are an absolute must, then just start in them. I have no doubt
But they
the
did
opening
start in
cobbled
them.
together here is stronger than what previously existed, especially considering Deep Silver's insistence over it. But the mismanagement overrides a vital storytelling opportunity. Actually, 2, because Artyom doesn't even get the signal. You're just walking along, minding your own business with Anna when...
What? Artyom, are you seeing this? I'm not just imagining things, right?
There's no build-up, anticipation, or foreshadowing. There's just a train now that no one in the Spartan Order has had any suspicion of. Yes, Hansa, those controlling the train, are in bed with the Order, and there is a throwaway line from Anna mentioning that even stalkers aren't allowed in this area. But that didn't raise any suspicion? No one's heard or seen traces of a moving train in a post-apocalypse? D6 being hidden I could buy because that was buried away in the tunnels, but this is a much greater reach. Now, I'm not actually that bothered by contrivances. I'm fine with Silva timing a crashing train with Bond's foot chase, but not only is that a spectacle action film and this is a grounded post-apocalypse, this is the plot's catalyst. It sets everything in motion.
Thanks,
and
Lincoln.
There's no
Redeem.
fanfare. You just find a train like you'd find a water bottle on the side of the street. Now, I spent 8 months looking for a home to rent in Vancouver, only for one family friend to trade me theirs. I'm all too familiar with the concept that things can happen irrespective of the effort you put towards them. But it sucks in real life, so in fiction, it should have a purpose beyond just setting the plot in motion. There's no consequences for Artyom going to the surface, no thematic pull or questions raised. While he's the reason this story begins, it doesn't feel like it, because of how this plot point is so uneventfully delivered.
I didn't really
It's
understand
not
the
that I
plot point
can't
at the
buy
beginning.
Anna and Artyom getting
First time
captured.
through, anyway.
They're both quite experienced, nor that there's people from outside, or that a signal jammer exists blocking all the radio transmissions in the capital. It's just they're all so hastily slapped together. How are Hansa completely unaware of Anna and Artyom when they're working with Colonel Miller? Why would Anna think allies are in this restricted zone? Why would Hansa bring prisoners from 200 kilometers beyond Moscow just to kill them? Why is the radio jammer shot up in a lame brawl when it could have been Artyom destroying it by himself, maybe even by the player's hand? These are the things that can't be addressed when a level's cobbled together to justify a new setting, rather than compel on its own. There's no desire for me to.
The first part I thought was more of a tutorial,
existing only to put you on the train. There's no gameplay, characters, or cutscenes that can be appreciated on their own.
He's right.
Volga's when the storytelling improves, just like the gameplay.
Yeah.
Though not through cutscenes or set pieces, but the environment.
Yeah.
Going from Reds versus Nazis to anti-techno fish worshipping cult versus bandits may seem weak. I was rolling my eyes back at launch, but the more you delve into the world, the more sense this cult makes.
Yeah.
The two biggest presences of Volga are the Starfish and the electrical anomalies, the former being worshipped and the latter ravaging anything in its way. Now, the Starfish isn't friendly, but it can be tamed through feeding and is obviously confined to the waters, giving the cult's charismatic leader the perfect void to fill in people's souls that swearing an oath to the Starfish and foregoing electric technology will protect you. There's even electric poles set up to protect people from the anomalies, only reaffirming their beliefs that God's protecting them. The irony is, between the factory, trains, and military bunkers, Volga was likely used by the Russians for storing technology, weapons, and chemicals. Something I didn't realize, but my brain did, is how many of the chemical containers are in water. The water with a giant mutated fish, and several creatures in and around, including zombies. The water within Europe's longest river, which connected to the Caspian Sea, that also has zombies. Metro's creatures.
He's not a fan of the zombies, I'll tell you that much.
Khan believed the Dark Ones were genetically engineered before the nuclear war, deep in the underground of D6.
I have to read this book.
Witnessing the remnants of an obviously incompetent government leading to mutated creatures across every landscape, the technophobic cult ends up worshipping the product of misused science
the zombies
technology. No, it doesn't have the theater of the old factions rising in the tunnels, but it shares a depressing realism that we as people will eat.
Like what I didn't what I didn't like about the zombies really was the like you would first of all, the zombies were in every level except for the Tiaga, and the last two levels they weren't there. But for the first levels, like the zombies, what I didn't like about them was, okay, they're zombies. Okay, the enemy, that enemy is kind of boring. I get it, right? But what I didn't like was that it was inconsistent. Like I would, you would think, okay, one time you hit the zombie in the head will, he would fall over. I can understand you hit him in the body, you have to hit him a few times. But there were times where I would shoot a zombie in the head. It would sort of like fall over or whatever, but still be alive. Then it would get up, and I would have to shoot it like 7, 8 more times to get it down. And I would shoot it in the head, like it just wouldn't. So like there was a sort of inconsistency on how to kill them, right? And I was always left with this kind of uncertainty. Well, first of all, it made me want to avoid the zombies altogether when I could. And then when you did get mobbed with them, I thought to myself, okay, how I just have to use up all my ammo for these things, because I'm not like, how do you say it? I was saying, okay, 3 zombies, 3 bullets, right? But it would not be the case. It would, sometimes it would be 3 zombies. Sometimes it would be 3 zombies and 3 bullets. Other times it would be 3 zombies and it would have to pump 60 bullets into all the 3 of them to get them down. That I didn't understand, right? So I could see the hate for the zombies, right? Even the other monsters too. Like there was kind of like a bear in the Volga, and there was also like a shrimp, right? And they were also inconsistent as well, because sometimes with the shotgun I'd be able to one-shot them, even though they were close up. Another time, I would shoot the shrimp or the bear monster, or whatever it was, close up, but they would still be alive, and I would have to use it. So it was that little bit of inconsistency that bothered me the most. Having the zombies in certain levels, I get it, because the whole world was overrun by these zombies, right? By these mutants or whatever they call them. right? I didn't mind them in context, but I didn't like them as enemies to shoot.
People from the anomalies, only reaffirming their beliefs that God's protecting them.
Oh, I meant back a bit,
The
but that's
irony
okay.
is, between the factory, trains, and military bunkers, Volga was likely used by the Russians for storing technology, weapons, and chemicals. Something I didn't realize, but my brain did, is how many of the chemical containers are in water. The water with a giant mutated fish, and several creatures in and around, including zombies. The water within Europe's longest river, which connected to the Caspian Sea, that also has zombies. Metro's creatures aren't purely the result of Judgment Day. Khan believed the Dark Ones were genetically engineered before the nuclear war, deep in the underground of D6. In witnessing the remnants of an obviously incompetent government leading to mutated creatures across every landscape, the technophobic cult ends up worshipping the product of misused science and technology. No, it doesn't have the theater of the old factions rising in the tunnels, but it shares a depressing realism that we as people will eat up lies to make sense of the world around us. And the absurdity of Volga's situation isn't any more ridiculous than the lie Metro has lived, one that in part, we lived. Bearing witness to the cults of each world carries the same weight, that thousands of people use the land around them the same way those of Metro used theirs, is why Metro's atmosphere is ultimately retained, even when it's in the vast open desert. There's so much to break down and theorize about from the notes gathered in levels that combine with the environmental storytelling in each location. Even the metal detector is paired with an emotionally charged note of someone who made the device to help his clan protect themselves from the dangerous landscape they're in, only to blame the technology in their death. However, my time was misplaced. I didn't spend the playthroughs putting all of these pieces together. I hope one day someone more passionate about this game than me makes a Matthew Matosis-style commentary that breaks down each pocket of the world, because that is how bespoke Metro Exodus is.
Yeah, it's very
More
rich.
specifically, it's environmental storytelling, because the plot, while just as long and plentiful, isn't nearly as notable, and for this reason. Imagine visiting the flotilla in Mass Effect 2 without Tali. There's still good writing, a rich lore, and a compelling conflict, but you'd be starting from zero, visiting a place you've never seen with nobody you know, all to collect one item you need, rather than entering that location with an emotional booster kit. That is Metro Exodus. You visit locations you've never seen with nobody you know to collect a single item you need. That might be the point, and as established, there's lots of great world building to be invested in. I've enjoyed games with episodic plots, but that's not Exodus. It's a long-running 20-hour linear narrative about building a home for your family with a set order of worlds and levels where lots of things happen, but very few of them alter or further that goal. The game is aware of this and uses characters like Gyul and Olga to act as our emotional booster kit, someone whose life is this world you've entered that we can use to empathize and relate with. Yet it also adds to the frustration. You meet a likable character with their distinct voice, design, and connection to this world you only get a glimpse of. The game already has a large cast of characters, so adding even more to enrich a particular level at the sacrifice of everything else may hint that Exodus, despite being a much smaller version of what they originally intended, is just too grand for its own good. The detail of Volga's river being part of Caspian's infection is brilliant, but the nature of Exodus's story involving the Aurora stumbling into the middle of someone else's conflict, learning about it, fighting it, and moving past it, is the only way they can leave a lasting impact is if there's one for the main plot, and too often, there isn't. In terms of plot threads throughout the runtime, there's finding a settling location, Anna's worsening health, and this is why stories traditionally have antagonists, to ensure the protagonist is under pressure, and for Exodus, the only pressure point is Anna's health, which you do care about because she's a
that was
lovable
enough.
character. But it's pressure that ultimately ensures an inability for her to contribute
Yeah, Toy, this
anything
game is
else to the
massive.
story. It's telling that Anna's most memorable scenes are listening to her in the train, because finding Katya and shooting the Baron are the only other moments involving her agency. And it's all set up from a hole. It's the train all over again, a moment of contrivance for the sake of convenience. But I think what bothers me most about Anna's illness is that it should have been Artyom. He's the one constantly venturing out. He's the one sacrificing himself to ignite the plot. And by making him progressively ill, you're putting pressure on the player.
Yeah, that would be pretty good. They kind of do that in the Dead City, though.
More time with Anna as the game progresses, rather than less. Hell, you could even pull a Max Payne 2 and play as her for a mission.
No,
Maybe
no thanks.
force her to save him at the sacrifice of her father, or have his condition worsen to make the gameplay more difficult towards the end. If there's only going to be two major goals for the player to pursue, find a home and get better, what's lost by attaching one of those to the player character? It really makes me appreciate Metro Last Light more in retrospect. Looking back, having its pressure points being a plague, remembering your mother, all-out war in your home, and a child of the race you personally destroyed is a lot more powerful than finding a home in one cutscene and your wife being sick. Perhaps some felt she was in real danger, but I just couldn't believe Foray would go through with killing her. Artyom? That was already one of the endings in Last Light, so he's fair game. The Dead City is where Exodus hints at what the thread could have been with Artyom's mortality,
yeah, I was just
which
saying
he
that.
only overcomes, potentially, because of those he helped to save in Last Light. There's an Easter egg in Caspian involving the Dark Ones, but dead cities when they're felt even if you don't see them. It makes sense for them to be here, as a place with radiation several times higher than Moscow is precisely where the Dark Ones could thrive, and with Artyom's connection to them since childhood, it's what ultimately saves Anna and him in the end. They're the only reason Miller finds Artyom, as not even he knows why he knew to drive there. And in this impossibly large facility that all of Artyom's visions of his wife point him in the direction of her cure must entail their assistance. And it's where I felt the most attached to Artyom, because his thoughts are projected outside of a loading screen.
Yeah.
The last level is where Artyom is truly at risk, where his determination sending him down a path which nobody can return from if it was anybody else. Not because of what he can do, but who he knows and has helped. Well, if he didn't shoot any prisoners. Which is maybe fair enough. I originally had a couple paragraphs disregarding the karma system, as I'm still not a fan of it in basically any video game. However, Exodus is an improvement from past games in that the good endings, not just for the game but also for each open world, is far less arbitrary and arduous than Last Light. Now, getting the good ending merely entails only killing enemies, knocking out the surrendered, and saving any slaves or prisoners. Rather than only reflecting your actions in the finale, the season levels have now taken that job and are far more successful. And the tiny size of the train cars empower the developers to cram in an overwhelming amount of detail and dialogue to account for all situations the Aurora crew can find themselves in. Metro Exodus easily falls in the category of games whose story is average, at best, but the storytelling is at points phenomenal.
Yeah.
There's just an elephant in the room. Voice acting.
Okay.
Great news.
Yeah.
Artyom got the maps. Well done.
Okay. The voice acting. All right. I get the voice acting because it's I think it's spoken in Russian, right? So the original language is Russian. So I'm sure that the voice acting in Russian is probably good. Like, I wouldn't be able to judge, but what choice do they have when it comes to voice acting for English speaking, for, like, you know, in English, right? Like, you have to have this kind of, dare I say, fake Russian accent English, right? So it does have like this kind of cheesiness to it that basically I had to overlook, you know, when it comes to this kind of thing. But whether the solution would you couldn't have them speaking in let's say in American or UK English, because it wouldn't fit, right? So I could see why they had these English actors, unless they were actually like, I don't know, maybe if they had, I suspect that there were people just faking Russian accents in English, right? But maybe a solution would be that you could actually get Russian nationalists or people that only speak Russian that have, let's say, English as a second language, and then and there have to be actors, and then they would have to act it. They would have to act these the NPC dialogue. They would have to act it in English, right? So they'll have difficulty with the English, but the accent would be genuine, right? Maybe that's something that it would be too difficult, too costly. But I definitely got a sense that they were just English actors faking a Russian English accent, right? And I didn't like any of the voice acting. I did like the content, but I didn't like the way things were. I sort of felt like it was like, oh, that's like a stereotypical way of saying these things because they're supposed to be Russian, right? I could be wrong at that. And also to like it also didn't give them the type of intelligence that I thought they should have. So I was definitely off put by the voice acting, right? For all those kind of reasons. And he does outline it here, but I don't think he's going to say that they were like fake Russian accents. I'm not sure.
Idiots! It started with these.
It's really bad.
Yeah.
And that's surprising because Last Light's dub was a notable improvement from 2033, even with Artyom's narration. It was doubly surprising to find out most voice actors are the same people from Last Light. So I think this is a repeat of Mass Effect Andromeda. Something happened in the recording that demanded each of the actors' delivery to be slower and stiffer. What really amplifies it are the awkward pauses and cutoffs. Artyom's are expected, being a silent protagonist, but even when actors are talking amongst themselves, they often pause for way too long or speak over each other.
I think that trusting some degenerate's diagnosis wouldn't be wise. A move from humid metro into the desert with its dry heat and sandstorms is a stress for lungs.
Yes, I do think she'd be hit really bad right off the start had it
My
been
thoughts
gas.
exactly.
What puzzled me, though, is this happens in other languages.
Oh,
I've heard it said that
didn't know that.
dialogue in this game is also scripted manually. It's not one audio file of a scene with tags for lip syncing, but blocks in the visual script telling the game to play this line one by one. Like listening to an album by opening each song independently.
Oh.
Whether it's the script bugging out or just the timing being inherently off,
Yeah.
the end result are conversations with no sense of flow, irrespective of the language you choose.
Oh, okay. I thought
So
it
how
was
the
that.
game with the most advanced technology has the worst management of its audio and dialogue scenes is quite bizarre, and does negatively impact the game and its expansions. It's a testament to the novelty, then, that despite the bugs, bad voice acting, and dated animations, the season levels are a highlight. Not only are characters as rich in personality as they are in amounts of dialogue, these levels serve as the perfect bookend for gameplay, letting you contrast surrendering guards,
Yeah, take a
firefights,
little
and
break
stabbing
from the action,
monsters
too.
with pleasant conversation or soft music made possible by your exploration. And unlike so many games, this quiet time is entirely optional.
It is,
After the
yeah.
main discussions
I
take place
skipped
on the
all this the
train,
first
you're
time.
completely free to skip everything via the map.
Yeah.
Though I'd advise against it, as I learned how many of the plot's events and general themes are steeped throughout these sequences. I've already expressed my distaste for Yamantau. It's artistically brilliant, allowing us to see why it was so vital for the Spartans to retain control of D6, with this identical facility falling into complete disarray. But gameplay-wise, it's a slog on normal, and story-wise, there's not one surprise found throughout it. However, its painful predictability made more sense to me when listening to Miller.
So, do you get this now, you doubting Thomas? I'm so excited my hands are...
I know I have people that were watching this with me the first time. They all picked it. They all called it out, saying, "Oh, it's an ambush," right?
And learning this level's not really about shocking the player, but showing Miller being blinded by his own ideals.
Yeah.
The very thing he accused Artyom of. and it's no accident he becomes no
Yeah, he changes after because of it.
Season. Valuing not the government and military he's been a part of since adulthood, but the family he's led. What Exodus has lost from Last Light, it makes up for via innovations for the franchise, with some very nearly being innovations for gaming in general, if 4A shove their traditions aside.
See, this guy's good, right? This Ray Sevic. He's really good at critiquing videos. Like, he gives you both sides, and he's not just he's not a fanboy, and he's also not passionate.
When they happen in Exodus is because when they don't, it's one of the best looking games 2 years after release. The unparalleled detail of each weapon, the textures and their effects, along with the gorgeous lighting, are just portions of a fully realized post-apocalyptic
Hey, this game looked great on the Xbox One. Like, let alone, can you imagine the enhanced version on a PC? Wow.
Implies how exceptional the art style is. A concoction of realism and fantasy.
Mind you need probably some type of monster PC to run it in enhanced,
perhaps that's entirely
ultra
down to 4A's
settings,
small
but
size and immense devotion to their craft. The age of the game really doesn't translate when you play it. Artistically and technically, it's an absolute treat for the eyes.
It is.
And hell for your computer.
I was just saying, yeah.
It's somewhat surprising to see 4A making an already gorgeous game even prettier with Metro Exodus Enhanced Edition, a version built entirely for ray tracing. Without specific NVIDIA and AMD cards, Enhanced Edition won't even run. But either way, the question is, are you losing something?
You can get it for the
not
Xbox
playing
One
Enhanced Edition?
X, I think, and S.
Yes and no.
Probably not as
Gameplay-wise,
beefy as one you
Enhanced
can
is
get with the PC,
identical
right?
with the same levels, cutscenes, and bugs. There's extra options such as an FOV slider and toggles for cinematic effects. But in what you do and how you do it, Enhanced Edition doesn't alter a thing. What it obviously changes is how that experience is presented in subtle but profound ways.
All right, Fury,
Normally,
I'll
when
catch
new
you out there,
versions of
man.
games
Thanks for
brighten
being here.
environments,
Take care,
it
okay?
really hurts the atmosphere originally intended. But when Enhanced Edition brightens an environment, it's not cranking
Talk
the
to you later,
meter,
man.
but
I'll see ya.
reflecting and projecting light sources that realistically should, giving every level a continuity you just can't get with light sources placed by hand. There's no ambient occlusion at all because it's not necessary. Every object, material, and strand of hair
Thanks, Lincoln.
is all grounded
Cheers,
in the
man.
same reality. There's not one stage this new lighting system doesn't benefit, but it's best showcased in Yamantau and Taiga. The former's the victim of something that appeared throughout the original Metro Exodus. It's emulated bounce lighting not reflecting properly off of characters, altering their hair color at points. All of that's remedied now, with even the tiniest light sources impacting scenes. Heavy light sources are best witnessed in the latter, where just coasting along the train tracks features fog, reflections, and consistency, giving the environment
It is a
much
beautiful
more
game.
depth. But what I'm most intrigued by with this system is its impact on game development itself. I've argued for years that we don't need games to look better, but for this level of fidelity to be easier to achieve. Because currently, our only solution for enhancing textures, adding more light sources, and building bigger environments is hiring more people. And for even the richest of companies, that can only be taken so far. What ray tracing shows is making a better looking game doesn't need to require more time and staff. Where a developer would previously have to emulate reflected light sources by hand, which then need to be individually tweaked if the level is changed in any capacity, now with this system, they're able to just flip a switch in the game's editor, one that dynamically adjusts to the level being created while looking even better than that manually reflected
Ooh,
space.
games are going to look
It's
good in a
equally
couple years, I'll tell
fascinating
you,
and
boy.
promising for the future of game development.
They're going to look even
And for the
better
full details,
as
Digital
the
Foundry's
software catches
breakdown
up with
is
the
absolutely
hardware,
worth
you know?
watching. But why did I say yes and no? Because I'm selfish. For controller, I don't mind playing games at 60 or even 30 FPS once I adjust. So playing Enhanced Edition on my first run for a normal playthrough on controller was perfectly fine. I'm lucky. Running a GTX 3080 with a Ryzen 7 3700X, the game only dropped below 60 FPS on ultra settings in spaces with the most NPCs. But when it comes to mouse and keyboard, I've just been spoiled by 144 FPS for too long. I can't reliably
don't blame
play
him.
a first-person shooter without it. and achieving that with Enhanced Edition requires so much sacrifice it defeats the point of playing it. Yes, both games running at maximum settings net the same performance, which is very impressive, but the base game on high settings easily manages to maintain a stable 110 FPS. Meanwhile, Ultra Performance DLSS on high settings with no VRS, sounds like an auto trade, barely maintains 90, despite looking like unbridled ass with a shimmering effect on every object. Enhanced Edition also utilizes a very annoying depth of field and contrast adjustment, making it look worse at specific moments to me, and generally blurrier overall. Something I'd rather deal without while playing on Hardcore Ranger against enemies that can two-shot you, which is why the original version is useful. The experience had on the base game is just as much fun, and while less immersive, the Enhanced Edition doesn't transform your experience. Don't feel like you've been missing out on a whole new game, or that you shouldn't
it's the
play
same
Metro
game.
Exodus without these enhancements. It's worth it either way.
Pretty
as
much
are
the same
their
game.
expansions.
Wow, this guy can really do a great job with expanding on games. I gotta see other stuff that he's done.
Metro Last Light's expansions, as previously covered by Mandalore, were interesting. 4A attempted to use the Season Pass model to give unique experiences from the base game across 8 pieces of content, more akin to a short story collection. And while the content was solid, mostly, it really only added more rather than new, with exception to the Stalker Scavenger Hunt, the best piece of content. Mandalore previously observed in the Chronicle pack that its 1.5 hours of content was spread across 3 characters with revelations that weren't really revelations, rather than evolving us in one storyline. And 4A Games took that feedback from fans at the time to heart, or had their own intentions to do something different with Metro Exodus. There's 2 expansions for this game, the 2 Kernels and Sam's Story. The former clocks in at 2.5 hours, which may seem short on the surface, but is still longer than Mass Effect 2's biggest DLC, though the latter, Sam's Story, averages at 6 hours, equivalent to all of Metro Last Light's DLC combined. So how did these hold up? Considering Metro Exodus's dedication in moving to the surface with open-world environments, a DLC returning to the Metro tunnels may come off as regressive.
Now, my idea of the DLCs, like they were the 2 Kernels and Sam's Story, and I was off put by the 2 Kernels initially because, like, he's going to loot here. It goes to like your traditional Metro Exodus type of game, where and also you don't have your usual weapons and things like that. You'll have they give you a unbelievable flamethrower, which was amazing, by the way. And really, the first DLC, the 2 Kernels, it was like a story-based DLC. There wasn't really that much action with it, and it was very short, in my opinion. Maybe because I enjoyed it too much. And I was like, and I know that Ray here, he doesn't like Sam's Story because it's like, well, it's got the same problems as Mass Exodus, the open world, it's not enough, and you'll see that what he gets into. However, when I played the 2 Kernels, I was kind of like, that was it. It was finished. I did like the revelation at the end of the DLC. I thought it was amazing, the DLC. Do not get me wrong. It was different and it was great. Like, I loved it. I loved the flamethrower. I loved the action sequences, but there was like no open world. So when I was getting into the 2 Kernels, I was saying, "Oh, I wonder what open world this is going to have for us to explore." I by this time I played the game. I played the Metro Exodus vanilla game all the way through. So, and near the end of the playthrough, I was starting to get into how to play, right? And I was really looking forward to another open world that I can use these newfound skills that I acquired while I was playing Metro Exodus, the vanilla game. And then the 2 Kernels kind of set me back, where it's like, okay, I could still collect things. There's these new kind of enemies. I have this really cool flamethrower that I had to learn how to use, but it's similar to the TR, right? Where you have to pump it, and there's gas and there's ammo and everything. It had a light. I don't think it even had a light. I think it just had a flame or a pilot light. I'm not sure, but no, it had a light. It had a light. I think I had a light. And then getting into the story and involving myself, and the whole time I was like, "What's going on here? Like, who are these people? What's happening?" Right? I didn't really get it because everything I did was blind in this game. And then near the end of the first DOC, the two kernels, I was kind of like, "Oh, I get it. Now I understand what's going on." And that was right at the end, really. And then the cutscene happened, and then I realized how the two stories merged at the end, and it is incredible. Like I think when you buy Metro Exodus now, it comes with both DLCs. Like there's no, I think it was like $30 or something like that, and it came with a vanilla game and the two DLCs already included, and the enhanced version, which I wouldn't get because I only have an Xbox One, was like $90, and I think that was because of the rework and all that. But I thought that was a little bit much. So anyway, I started two kernels. I thought to myself, hey, it's different, and I felt a little bit shortchanged because it didn't have an open world and it was really short. But again, the other aspects of it were incredible, like the story, the gameplay, how it kind of unfolded. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and it was actually rather easy. But the whole thing was a linear experience, right? Which I'm not a total fan of. That's why I like Metro Exodus, because it had linear and it had open world aspects to it, and it gave you that break, right? And plus it had these wonderful kind of story mode breaks where you could sort of just explore the Allura. Like Asu was saying earlier. Now I was saying to myself, okay, what is Sam's story going to have? Sam's story was what I thought the two kernels would be it is a separate timeline or a separate event after Metro Exodus vanilla game. Basically, the story is in a nutshell, because I don't want to really give away too much stuff. It's Sam, who's in the vanilla game. He's an American that I guess was trapped in Russia after the war. I believe the colonel or the Spartans took him in because they realized he had he was American, but he was like he had a good heart. So they kind of kept him with them because I'm sure right after the war he would just be killed, right, if found. So that was kind of alluded to, that the Spartans took him in, right, or the Colonel Miller took him in, and that was kind of alluded to in the vanilla game. And then I guess they found the place to live. So he was living there, but then he had a longing to get back home, to get back to the States. But how do you get back to the States when you're in Russia in a post-apocalyptic world, right? So that's how the story begins, where he, in a nutshell, again, finds this motivation, or gets this motivation, or he's always had this motivation to go back to the States and to go be with his father, or at least to go see his dad, right? So that's how the DLC begins. Like, that's the narrative in a nutshell, right? Pretty much. There's probably more details that I'm missing out. And then what happens is you get a whole world to open up and explore. It's a whole other level. Sure, there's like some linear parts to it, but the majority of it is exploration, and it's not gigantic, but it's packed, and I really, really enjoyed it. And it was also many hours worth of gameplay. So they kind of redeemed themselves in my eyes, right? Now, Ray here, he says that the two kernels, he liked it better because the Sam story goes back to the same Metro Exodus. Well, if you don't like the Metro Exodus gameplay, right? But he's very objective. Like he's saying that it's cool, but he said that, oh, they went back to the Metro Exodus formula with Sam's story. But I would have preferred that the two kernels had another open world to explore as well, on top of this wonderful narrative that they had. Like, if they would have at least given you something to search and to look, I thought that I would think that the two kernels would have been like the perfect DLC for Metro Exodus. And Sam's story could have had more of what the two Colonels had, where it had more of a story and a couple of linear spots to kind of amplify the narrative, right? But anyway, let's see what Ray says here.
All of the survival, dynamic moments, and management required in Exodus's base gameplay, my favorite parts, wouldn't apply to the linear experience Two Colonels is. But what's lost from Metro Exodus's dynamics is replaced with a beautifully told story, addressing several issues from the base game's narrative. The most obvious being a voiced protagonist.
There's the
which
flamethrower.
Isn't new from Metro. The Chronicles pack and Last Light also featured voice player characters, but as mentioned, their brevity didn't allow for much of an attachment to be built. What makes Two Colonels such an improvement is how it's utilized.
Order to all groups. I just saw a fully grown worm, so watch out.
So you find out just the minor tweaks, you know?
Alder, Red One here. Roger that.
The Colonel you play as never wastes their voice on miscellaneous gameplay details like pickups or notable objects.
I'm not going to tell you who the
Only
Colonel
speaks
is either.
when someone would and should, replying to someone on the radio, bantering with his crew, or visiting his son. Having proper conversations involving the character you inhabit is such a breath of fresh air after Exodus's main journey, where the game must constantly generate some excuse for why the radio can't be answered or someone else needs to explain something a man of our team's ability should already know. While the flamethrower sequence in Two Colonels overstays its welcome to an extent, I couldn't help but feel immersed in the world, largely in part to feeling like I was clearing out infested tunnels with a friendly group of co-workers. But the most valuable contribution Klebenekov brings to the table are in dialogue scenes.
Oh, I dreaded going down that door.
And I speak as someone who's been watching you two. I think you're doing amazingly well. He's growing up a real man, an Oscom fighter.
Yes, he is a huge fan of all things Oscom. We're like superheroes in his eyes. Bit chilling, actually.
But we are heroes. We're saving who we can, and it's all for our children's sake. What could be chilling in that?
He still doesn't understand many things and idealizes us. Thinks we are knights without fear and beyond reproach, but real life is complicated. You must do certain things, and then look into his eyes thinking, would he understand if I told him about that?
Amazing.
This conversation was better than any had on the Aurora. The awkward pauses, unanswered questions, and one-sided narratives are swapped for discussions as authentic as the game's intimacy. Your character even holds their drink and cigarette in sync with the dialogue, working to reinforce your place as this character, just like pumping the flamethrower.
Oh yeah.
And because two-way conversations are now possible, even walking through the crowded metro districts, something we've done a dozen times before, feels new again. Being able to feel the Colonel's presence in the world, not through everybody shouting his name, but interactions with those he knows, the most important of which being his son. God of War's brought fatherhood to a mainstream game, but the Two Colonels also portrays it, and in a manner that isn't contrasted against Norse mythology, but a world that's unnervingly similar to our own.
Yeah.
Conversations are had over New Year's celebrations and dinner tables, in the midst of rising tensions between two factions, ultimately leading to the scenes of utter devastation left behind in the Dead City. It's an endearing, tragic, and heartfelt relationship I felt very connected to.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Especially as the narrative isn't about its lead character's badassery, but his naivety leading to humility, admitting fault in front of his son, ultimately leading him to his death, but with their final actions leading to
don't give it away, man.
Miller's family, his daughter and son-in-law. That's beautiful. And because the Two Colonels is 2.5 hours, it's best consumed all in one sitting, thanks to a supremely paced campaign, structuring the precise amount of quiet time needed to make its explosive levels stand out, setting up the fast-paced mag-dumping gameplay that Exodus never really facilitated. Even the presentation goes outside of the franchise's comfort zone with these brilliant transitions between Miller in the present and Klebenekov in the past, leaving not one loading screen in sight, making it that much easier to maintain immersion.
That was rather
over a
amazing.
single
It
playthrough.
was a really good DLC.
It's such an irony that the DLC made to rekindle Metro's past demonstrates what could have been had 4A let go of the franchise's traditions. Imagining Last Light representation this slick over its loading screen narrations and silent protagonist has me itching for a full experience of this style and quality.
Yeah.
Though I don't mean to pitch this DLC as perfect. The timing bugs in the dialogue are still present, the voice acting's not much better,
Yeah.
and the score in particular doesn't seem to capture the appropriate emotions for its heaviest scenes, mainly the conclusion. But if you skip this DLC at the mention of its linearity, I urge you to at least give this a try.
Yeah.
As personally,
I didn't know
found
that it
this
was
to be
so
just
linear.
as, if not more enjoyable than the main game.
But I did
thanks
enjoy
to
it.
its storytelling and immersion.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But if you want more of the core game, that's where Sam's story comes in, featuring an entirely new region,
Oh, yeah.
Vladivostok, for
Sam's
players to
my
explore
man.
in a similar structure to what they're used to, an open world with lots of main objectives.
And his gun
side
is, like,
content
so
to
awesome.
consume, leading up to an explosive
You can shoot,
linear finale. This time in the shoes of the Aurora's lone American Sam during his venture to find his father.
You can
on
shoot
the opposite side
fire
of the
bullets
Pacific
with
Ocean.
that weapon.
This map is a brilliant cocktail of Volga's density, Caspian's scale, and Taiga's atmosphere, taking place in a flooded city with
Yeah, it
this
was pretty wild.
gorgeous combination of large facilities, lush environments,
And you get a speedboat
crumbling apartment
instead of a
complexes.
rowboat.
Artistically, Sam's story might feature the best-looking levels and the largest variety of encounters in a single world, some of which aren't present in the main game. The newest and most frequent of which being mine detection.
Oh, I hated those
that
things.
always causes chaos. With
That took me a
enemies
little
around.
while to figure out how to do that.
There's instruments to play, tapes to collect, and all new weapons, including the iconic 1911. Sam's story has some of the best sequences ever featured in a Metro game, from fighting human enemies in a flooded house to getting shit-faced enough for a montage.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
You get drunk in
also
it.
has some of the worst sequences ever featured in a Metro game, and they are a lot worse than the best levels are great. One which is surprisingly a boss fight. Now, having taken direct lessons from
Yeah,
the
this was
Baron
a little- it was a
Foray
little
themselves
painful, I
were
have to
happy
admit.
with, they addressed it by adding more steps. Now you can't just mag dump until a script's triggered. You've got to wait while it's in the bushes to leap out, shooting it once, and repeating the process. There's also
It took,
legions
like,
of flying
forever.
rats you've
It took so
already
long.
faced in the opening of this expansion during a fight that appears 5 hours into the expansion. It's ugly, slow, annoying, and worst of all, pointless. The fight happens for no reason. Your walk is just interrupted by a demon taxi to this convenient.
I made like a
empty
boss fight
space,
video. I
which
forgot
it
all
then
about this
flies you
section.
Out of while stabbing its face. I've never seen a boss battle that was so horrendously shoved in, like cutting my heel off with a shoehorn. And maybe it wouldn't bother me so much if it was the only bad sequence in Sam's story. But it isn't. The junkyard fight's even more unwieldy. What lures you in with a gorgeous vista quickly becomes the worst part of that boss fight, draining your resources with obviously scripted pile-ups, trapping you in a tiny arena.
I didn't like too that the
Spinning
boss
circles
fights
shooting
didn't have any like
bullets.
HP
It's
or anything. Like you
downright
didn't know when it
pathetic.
was going to end, or
If they really needed your
you know what I
resources
mean?
to be
Because then
wasted that
it
badly,
was
just take my backpack like you did in the campaign.
like in the game. What I didn't like about the boss fights is that you didn't know. Like, you know, near the end of a boss fight, you sort of like, okay, I have enough resources. I'll just dump it all, you know, and just do a final kill. You never knew when the final kill was going to happen. You were just sort of just always fighting, just hoping and waiting for a cutscene, right? So the boss fights definitely weren't memorable. Let's say if they weren't there, then it wouldn't matter. Like that's what I thought. And that particular boss fight with the bat demon there, it was disconnected in a way because even though they exposed you to the bat 3 times, it just came out, it wasn't really part of the story that much. Like, I don't know what to say, but it was kind of like, it was okay. But I like I said, like I put a boss, like a beast video together for my YouTube channel, but it wasn't, I forgot all about that part. So if it was a memorable boss fight, I would have remembered it. So that, I guess that's one of the consequences.
I'd recommend zombie hordes for the job, but that's another thing I take issue with. They're repeated from start to
Yeah,
finish,
they got zombies in this
including
too.
the finale. I'm bored of these enemies by Volga, let alone after completing over 20 hours of content. But the final disappointment is that Two Colonel's storytelling isn't retained. Sam is a voiced protagonist and voiced by Frank Hayden himself. But Two Colonels starred a devoted father caught in a conflict beyond their control, who speaks when interacting with those personal to him. This leads a video game TM protagonist that beats people up in cinematics and displays the emotions of Artyom in conversation. He even voices aloud pickups, so collecting your green stuff has a 1 in 5 chance of making him say,
"Could be of use."
Yeah. See,
This
I was
isn't
saying
an
earlier.
standalone. Sam's story requires a copy of Metro Exodus, so why they thought players need someone to announce pickups they've already been collecting for potentially 20 hours can't make sense to me. It's not immersive, it's not helpful, and none of the lines are particularly clever, so what's their use? I also started to get really irritated by the repetitive score, reusing the same music for sneaking and fighting from Exodus that was already being stretched thin.
I see.
Alexi's soundtrack from Exodus is excellent. You heard it in this video's opening. The problem is not nearly enough material was recorded for the gameplay. There's more variety in Exodus's loading screens than there is when sneaking and shooting. Stems that were annoying by the end of Exodus are just grating here. More importantly, music's absolutely vital for setting the mood of a new stage. Imagine 343 Guilty Spark with Perilous Journey. It doesn't work, so to have an environment look entirely new but sound the same doesn't make it feel unique. Predictably, I enjoyed Two Colonels more than Sam's story, because the former was a pleasant surprise, as I felt Exodus's best moments were found in the open world, but it tells a compelling story that fit best in DLC. Sam's story is more of the same, which is good when it's that content I loved, but annoying when it's repeating the main campaign's mistakes, or making them worse. Though I think my coverage here potentially gives the wrong impression. If you haven't played Metro Exodus in a while, looking for that game's experience but without repeating levels, Sam's story is the perfect answer. There's literally so much to enjoy here. Sam's story is the scale of most full-price games while looking better than them in the process. I want to play it again with my mouse and keyboard hardcore Rangers setup, thinking of how those great levels will play out in more intense settings. And who knows, maybe I'm harsher on it because after playing dozens of hours of Exodus, I had my fill.
Yeah,
But I'll say
maybe.
this much. I enjoyed Exodus's DLC a lot more than Last Lights. As neat a short story collection in the Metro universe is on paper, a game with as much passion and production value as Metro Exodus is deserving of a player that'll sink their teeth into it, rather than just getting started and being hurled back to the main menu. If you've played Exodus but skipped these expansions, you are missing out.
Well, luckily they come with the vanilla game if you ever get it, so it's not too bad. Let's see what he has to say in conclusion.
Turnover. It's one of the most prevalent things in the gaming industry. Passionate developers coming in, devoting years of their life to a single project, only to exit a few months after release from the exhaustion. And sadly, Metro Exodus is no different. Why would it be? It's troubled pre-production, ceaseless overscoping, endless hours, and constant drama from its release to its origin. It's disappointing that many talented people would have to leave what's likely the most passionate game studio out there for the sake of their health and well-being. But at least they can and should be proud of how Metro Exodus reflects that concoction of chaos, pride, and craft. It's broken at times, breathtaking at others, remarkably detailed, hastily patched up, eerily realistic, patently absurd. And really, I think that is what makes Metro so beloved. Previously on this franchise, I said people came to Metro for its world, and sure, millions of people associate these tunnels with one work of fiction now. But if Exodus proves anything, it's that the underground isn't what makes Metro. 4A's unique passion does. I can criticize the boss fight's introduction and overscoping all I want, but
Passion is the
those
word.
faults
You
point to
definitely feel the
same
passion when they
ambition
made the
that
game when
earned
you
the
play
game's
it.
qualities, the variety of content in each world, the immersive mechanics, and the charming reality of its characters. 4A punch so far above their weight, and while every Metro game plays radically differently from each other, this is their connection. The head scratchers, the snoozers, and the hair pullers, alongside the heart stoppers and heart warmers. Even as somebody who loved this game upon release, I massively underestimated it, hence the length. I didn't know what 4A survived, the internal reboots, the variety of its worlds, or the painstaking detail. Exodus is more than anything else a game I remember, and the more you look into it, the more you see the inspiration that built it. I wish for the next installment to be more polished, maybe more focused, but as long as it manages to carry this signature dedication, then just like Metro Exodus, it will forever be a worthy sequel.
Cool, right? So, that was right. And thank you very much for the documentary, Mr. Ray Sevick. He does an excellent, that was excellent work on his part, right? I'm really happy that people do this, right? Because I don't know if, a lot of these, like review kind of places, like the really popular ones are always kind of, bought out, unfortunately, or they have like, because they're so intertwined with the world, they have to be careful on what they say, and the wording gets a little bit watered down, right? But I think Ray in this documentary, he really, first of all, he gave you like a complete history, and he was also very objective. Like he actually picked out all the stuff that I didn't like about it, and some stuff that you could tell that it was a little bit personal, but I got what he was trying to say, and I think that he was almost trying to help the game, right? So I did totally get that vibe from this documentary. I'm going to call it a documentary because it's not quite just a game review, right? Because he had the making and all that kind of stuff. He even has a little bit of how during, like a political uprising or even a nuclear accident, and the games were. I think that the books were inspired by those particular events in Russia, right? But I didn't really play those here because I didn't want to get too, I didn't want to throw in any politics in my stream because that's a bit of a nightmare. Anyway, guys, I think that concludes my coverage of Metro Exodus. I love the game. I thought it was very unique and something something special. It was a special game. It wasn't the kind of same old that you get playing like an FPS or whatever, right? So, but speaking of FPSs, guys, I have a very good streamer named Peachy XS, and she's playing Call of Duty Warzone. She is a wicked player. I met her through the Village, which is a wonderful Discord server. I recommend anybody go check it out. I think the links to that Discord are in the are in my chat. Like I'll throw it in there. Great group of people. I do enjoy supporting them, and a lot of my friends that I've followed are from there. And this person is one of them, and her name is Peachy XS, and she's playing Warzone right now. And really, stay tuned. This woman could really rock the FPS world. Okay. Anyway, guys, thanks for indulging me today. I had a wonderful time. Tomorrow we're gonna play something else. I'm not quite sure what, but I'll think about it today and hopefully have something ready for you tomorrow. All right, guys. Thanks for being here. Take care. Bye.